So, with all that said, we're switching over now to Farming Simulator 22. For those who are not familiar with Farming Simulator 22, it is a farming simulator game. There's not a whole lot more to explain about it. We're gonna do some heckin' farming. They do have like production lines where I can, get grapes. I could dry them to raisins, and I can put the raisins and honey and corn into a factory to make cereal. Like you can cut down trees, turn them into various planks and all that, combine them together to make furniture and yada yada yada. And we have all that kind of stuff. But what we're doing on this one is
Kill them all.
Yeah, back to murdering more trees. But what we're doing is we're playing what is referred to as the Survivor Man Challenge. Now, this isn't a very well-defined challenge that says, like, it must be X, Y, and Z, and those kind of things. The gist of it is, usually it's like no man's land or an equivalent map where there's, like, not a whole lot there. You start with $0 and a chainsaw, is the way most Survivor Man challenges work. Some, they will give them, like, a really crappy tractor or a truck or whatever kind of thing, like a very basic vehicle. But, the whole point of is you're starting with nothing, and you have to build up your farm with nothing, and they usually say no leases, no loans, stuff like that. But everyone has kind of their own lines in the sand of what the rules actually are. It's the exact same with Project Zomboid, like the 16 times pop runs and all that, where some people will sit there and be like, okay, well, the loot settings all need to be down. It really doesn't matter. Other ones will be like some other thing. Yeah, and I also, like, because I gave myself a truck, I was like, okay, but I'm not allowed to sell the truck, because it would have been an instant cash-in of, like, $15,000. So it's like, no selling the truck. I have to keep the truck. So when I started, we have our place, that's a wonderful place where we sleep, with our wood fire stove, our MREs. We definitely don't sleep on that mattress. We definitely either sleep on the ground outside or on the floor, because that mattress right there, that's how you get some kind of disease. So this is our home, and then we start with this truck and this chainsaw. And since then, we've managed to build ourselves 2 greenhouses. We've got the little teeny tiny 25 horsepower tractor over there, our water tank. I've got 3 large fields of canola. I think that one is wheat, and way over there I've got soybeans and all that. Are you sure that mattress will give disease? I'm not sure, but it's one of those ones you don't test. You should make a knockoff cereal called Raisin Brand. It would actually be Raisin Brandy would be the name, but it would be spelled Raisin Brand. All right, let's see if our greenhouses are topped off. They're not, so let's top off our greenhouses. Oh man, how far did I let that get down? Though, to be honest, you never dared to sleep on a mattress that dirty. Oh man, I really let those things get down. It's been a month. So what I've been doing, Hawk, is now that I'm doing live streams, because what those videos were where they're the live stream, then just upload as a VOD. Now what ends up happening is when, like, because I'm streaming to YouTube as well, it's just already there. It's just under the live tab. If you actually go to, like, the page and not to a specific thing, it'll show the live tab on top. Whereas I'm gonna have the actual videos be, like, fully edited videos. So literally the same content is there, it's just getting to a different tab because of how YouTube works. I do wish the organization was a little bit better over there, which I am actually working on edited videos because of all that. Alright, so we're back to filling this up. How low were you? I didn't run you out, did I? No, you're just being busted is what you're doing. Oh, never mind, you're full. Okay. $1,219 worth of water right there. I mean, it is like 8,000 liters. And then some. Yeah, okay. So I let it get down to about halfway, and I think they carry something like 20,000 liters. But yeah, so in my greenhouses, I'm growing lettuce, tomatoes, and strawberries. So we are growing berries in there. That would be the tomatoes. Strawberries are not a berry. They're an aggregate. It is what it is. Everything you know is a lie. Was there anything I need to be doing today? Alright, let's check when these fields are due to be harvested. Okay, so yeah, none of these are ready to be harvested yet. So we had canola and all that. Let's check the schedule. So I can harvest canola not today, but tomorrow. But yeah, no, it is a problem on the YouTube side of things. So for those who don't know, I stream to TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. Twitch is my primary platform. And they all have their pros and cons. Like, for one thing, on TikTok side, the big con, I would say more than anything else, is people can just report your channel for just about anything. It doesn't matter if it's even remotely true, and a lot of times you'll get dinged as if it is. And then you can appeal it, and sometimes they'll fix it, sometimes they won't, and it's a whole big disaster. So, like, the last 2 streams I did on TikTok, I actually got flagged as content might not be appropriate for children playing Farm Simulator 22. So, I don't know. I play a lot of games on the channel that are definitely way worse than Farming Simulator 22. Project Zomboid has blood and has all that kind of stuff. Definitely worse than Farm Simulator 22. We played State of Decay over there. Definitely worse than Farm Simulator 22. And all it is someone troll reporting you. But that's the big problem over there more than anything, I would say. And then, like, weirdly, their algorithm, the way it works, is if you ever have a stream start going slow, what would be the most strategically advantaged thing for you to do is to just stop and restart your stream, and the algorithm will artificially boost you when you start stream. So it ends up being this, like, weird thing that's like, oh, stream's a miss today, stop, start, okay. You know, attempt to. Alright, so we don't need any of this crap. We're clearly zombies are age appropriate. But yeah. Alright, so there's actually not a whole lot else I need to do today. We're at the phase of the game where I'm not quite able to have something constantly going on, but we'll get there. Farming is clearly not suitable for children. Yeah, no, and for as much as it's been an annoyance with me with that, like, it really doesn't impact things over there too much for me. I don't have much of a following on TikTok. There have been others who have been far worse. Like, there's other content creators who are the friends of the channel that have absolutely had their channels that is their main platform and all that they've had. Oh, you're not ready. Oh, right, because we planted that. Alright, so I have one more day before that's ready. Which does mean we're just advancing time. Are we just advancing time? Yeah, no, because I got everything planted. Ooh, did I forget? I forgot to fertilize you, didn't I? I think it's supposed to do another pass of the fertilizer. And I think it's too late for me to do that now without ruining the crops. I did forget to do a second pass. It's too late, though. If I drive over now, I'll just smash all my crops, so it's at 50% fertilization, and it's just going to have to be that way. It is what it is. That's fine. We should still turn a profit on it. The military-industrial complex doesn't want kids to be influenced by farmings in real life. But yeah. But that's like the big negative with TikTok. When we go to YouTube, the big negative is YouTube is designed to be consumed like videos, which is fine. But then when you get to your live content, it's kind of crap. Like, it has lots and lots of little problems you deal with that. And like the issues around it, like you saw where it is a very normal thing when you're streaming to switch games partway through your stream. YouTube, if you do that, it changes the category for the stream from start to finish. And that's just what happens. Are you not ready? What? You're ready. Oh, I'm using the wrong... It's fine, I only ruined a tiny bit of it. I had the wrong header on it. What have you had friends happen? Oh, we had a friend of the channel that they'll get reported for something against TOS on TikTok and have their channel suspended for like a week or two, even though they didn't do the thing that they're being accused of. or like, you know, be taken out of context kind of things. And I've had the one person who's had that happen to them multiple times. And TikTok is pretty notorious for, like, a 3 strikes you're out, that if you get reported for it 3 times, or, like, suspended for it, that sometimes they'll just, you're perma suspended, all of your effort is gone because your channel's gone. Which is one of the reasons, as long as that's the case, I will never main over there. Not that I have any intention to in the first place, but that makes it so there's just not an option. There's just too much risk. But because YouTube has the whole thing, like, you can't switch categories. When you do switch stuff in the stream, so you have to, like, end the stream there, start it there. You have to, like, change your playlist, change the thumbnail, change the title, change the category. When it does their algorithm, it'll search for the hashtag for whatever game you are in the description. So you end up having to go through this, like, whole 5-10 minute process of, like, filling everything out to just switch games in the middle of a stream. And so that's their big pain point. And then also in the presentation in the UI, when people are, like, searching your channel over on that end, you have the issue where it's like you have your videos and your live are separated, which makes a certain amount of sense. But as you saw earlier, Hawk had hopped over there. It's like, oh man, you haven't done anything over there on YouTube in, like, in months? It's like, no, I have every single day just about. It's just the way they've got it organized. And so if you go to, like, the front page of it, then I actually do have it where we'll show, like, the live section on the top. But if they click on the video, like, where it takes you straight to the videos area, it'll look like the last thing I had uploaded was Big Ambitions. Because so far as videos I recorded on this end and brought over, it was the last one I did. But the live content instantly the live content becomes a VOD or a video or whatever you want to say after stream. Most of the time it's relatively quick, like a couple of minutes or that, because that's, like, processed afterwards. Other times it'll be, like, the next day or two before it finally posts. I don't really know why sometimes it takes way longer than others, because it doesn't seem to have anything to do with, like, time of stream or anything like that. But yeah, so that's the big negative here. And being fair, Twitch has its own negatives as well. Twitch, of the platforms, seems to be the worst so far as being kind of fluky about a lot of things. That Twitch as a viewership tends to be like something's either people are excited about or it's totally dead. It really swings on a pendulum. That you'll have a game that's blowing up and everyone's watching it, and a week later it'll have, like, viewership of 24 people. And it's not that it necessarily needs to be, like, new releases or whatever. It's just what the interests are in the moment. And there's some that stick around long term, but it makes it really hard for certain, you know, like, people who stream certain categories, like city builders, settlement builders. Those get hit real hard for that, where if it's not, like, the latest greatest thing, a week or two after a new settlement builder comes out, the entire viewership just implodes. So you're kind of really at the mercy with that. And Twitch, I would say, does have the most issues and all that. Are you going to get a factory today? That would be the dream. Is I would like to get the granary up. That is our current primary objective, is to make enough money that I could build a granary so that I could get more money from the fields I'm already growing stuff in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But that's $90-something thousand. So we're gonna do our best, but it is a lot of money we gotta make. Hey Spencer, how's it going? But so you deal with all that. Twitch also, I will say, is the most notorious for, we're going to make a change. No, wait, never mind. Like, really kind of wishy-washy. And to be fair, they do it a lot because of public reaction. But there's definitely times that the change makes sense, but, you know, there's just people don't want to deal with change. And then there's other times that they make a change that you step back and go, but why did you do that? Like, no, genuinely, what were you trying to solve? That said, one of the main perks of Twitch is you can actually usually get a hold of people and talk to a human being about, you know, saying, hey, I've had this problem, like, what can we do? Not that you'll get an answer you want out of it, but that you can reach someone, plead your case, and then a lot of times they gotta go talk to someone else and then nothing happens. But at least you can reach a human being versus, like, it feels like TikTok, you appeal and it just literally just dies into non-existence and you hear nothing back. And YouTube I haven't had any problems to deal with, so they might just be as good, but whatever. I'll also say YouTube has, for live streaming, the worst monetization capabilities. They exist, but they're not as good. Twitch, I would say, has the best, and TikTok is hit and miss. So for creators supporting themselves to keep creating, you know, it really is kind of thing. We have enough with this all? I doubt it. But we'll see. Where is... Yeah, you're over here. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it's saying, is YouTube is really intended for people to consume video. Like, they kind of put... Like, it feels like they added live streaming out of pressure from their creators. That their creators were like, hey, this live streaming thing is, like, pretty hot. We'd like to do it. And YouTube dragged their feet for a while and finally was like, okay, whatever. And then never really, you know, got it where it should be. There we go. It very much feels like it was just kind of a thing that they did because they had to, like, to check the bullet point. And I'm being a little unfair with that. Thank you for the follow. Or, that's not the follow. Thank you for doing a scary command. That's not what that is. Oh, habits. Alright, so let's get this. Pop over in the tractor. Get it out of the way. Honestly, if I park this over by the rock, I can just leave it there and we can just drive the harvester to it. Because, like, the other day I made a mistake that I was leaning very heavily on the workers so I could work a lot of fields at the same time and get a lot more done per day. But it was the issue is I don't have huge margins because we're on the highest difficulty. And those helpers I were hiring were just gobbling up the entire margin. Did you turn off rocks? Nope, forgot to. It wouldn't be very hard to turn them off. I don't think you do it mid-game, I don't believe. I've still been on the fence about whether or not I'm doing that. We could check real fast. I can't remember if I could literally just go right... radio, insert suspension, input controls. Seasonal growth, crop destruction. Oh, it'll probably be here. Weeds, field stone. Okay, so I can turn it off literally any time. Do we... Let's do a poll for this, so it isn't just me going with that. We could do a poll if we want to leave the field stones on or off. And the reason I want to do a poll for it is because there's a certain aspect of having the field stones on is a difficulty thing and all that. At the same time, it's one of those things that you never are able to do it particularly fast. There's a reason why a lot of people didn't like the addition of field stones in the game. That the largest thing is only like 5 meters is the widest it gets for picking them up, so it is always kind of a chore. But, oh, thank you. You already got it. I was gonna start working the poll. Yeah, so for the field stones, for those who don't know what that is, it's when I plow a field or cultivate a field or do the deep plow thing, it pulls up stones. and that you then have to take up the stone picker and get rid of the stones. Otherwise, it damages your equipment and hurts your yield of your next harvests and all that. So we'll have the vote there. Basically, if we get rid of stones, I will be able to prepare fields quite a bit faster. Because then it's, instead of being harvest, plow, de-stone, maybe or maybe not have to put down lime depending on how we're doing there. Or, what's the word I'm looking for the next one? Then you'd plant, then you'd fertilize the second time, and then you harvest again. Some differences depending on the crop, but that's like the vague thing on it. Because technically you get to sell the stones, but it's like for an entire field, like 80 to 100 bucks. Which is nothing. Even by the standards of this run, it's nothing. No corrupted democracy? Nah, this feels like the kind of thing of just having a regular poll. Like, I definitely allow the points so people can vote when I do the game selection. I know I haven't done that in a while, mostly because I'm having problems thinking of 5 different games I want to have the vote between. But, usually when we're playing, like, a stream, like it is a yes, no, or whatever thing between two stuff, I'll often not have points be able to sway it. It comes and goes. But yeah, always with the game vote I'll usually do it, because it's a way for people to burn a bunch of points. But yeah, looking like right now it's at turn off the stones is at 8 votes versus leave them on is at 3 votes. So far it's a pretty strong pushing for turn them off. Like I said, I believe...
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I am led to believe most people long-term turn them off. I have not turned them off in any run I've played so far, but I have played on servers where people have turned them off. I don't think I've ever played on a server where people didn't turn them off, now I think about it. That said, I haven't played on a particularly large number of servers, and it's not like I was looking for the setting. It's just, I'm under the impression that the field stones are a pretty unpopular setting. Now, that said, I'm not going to bother selling the stone picker to, like, get that little bit of money, because, one, it's going to be so little, and who knows, maybe we turn it on later, or there also could be a thing. At least they may have an option to turn it off. Yeah, I'll say a lot of these games are pretty nice about it, because if we actually look at the settings, they let you turn stuff off. You can make it so you can grow any crop at any time of year, how many days a month, like how it changes. Do you want snow? Do you want crops to get destroyed when you drive over them? Do you require lime? Is there weeds? Do your vehicles get dirty? Like, what are your settings? They actually have a lot of good settings. It's not Project Zomboid levels of variety of settings, but it's pretty good. You've already proven you have the patience. Turn them off. Those look like such a waste to you anyway. Oh yeah, no, they're 100% a time sink. That's the whole thing, is you have to buy the equipment, they're a time sink. They're not something you have because, like, it's advantageous or anything like that. It is just another thing for you to deal with. To me, my comment I had around it was, part of me feels like in real life, and I don't have any idea, it's been a discussion topic, that as you work the field more and more and more, I would assume in real life you'd have less and less and less stones, because in theory you'd be pulling them up. So, like, the first time you'd have tons and tons and tons of stones. Alright, so we have a pretty strong lead. It was 9-3 for turning off the field stones. We're just gonna go right here, do field stones off. You have 1.5 million, and you just got the game, so you're brand new to the game. I assume your first farm, you got 1.5 million. The first thing to do is figure out what's something you want to do to make money, and start getting what you need to make that happen. Like, you probably need to buy a plot of land, like a segment of the map, which you just do by going to your map, choosing farmland, clicking on a piece, and then buying it. Because you can't farm on fields you don't own. So you'll need that. And then usually you'll want to choose like some type of crop you're going to grow and buy the equipment for that. If you're having problems figuring out how to do that, like deciding the crop is you just look at the list of crops and be like, okay, you can choose what is in season. Anything that has the green here means it's good to plant. But if you're new to the game, you're still learning, when you go to the store, you can click on this box and just look at what you're going. So say like you're like, I want to grow a grain. Boom, you click on grain, here's most of what you need. It's not super great. They'll sometimes not recommend the best tools for you or the cheapest tools for you. They'll sometimes skip a couple of things, but it will give you the minimum, like it'll give you at least enough that you can succeed with that crop. And then once you've done that, you can see what money you have left. Because depending on the crop you choose, just that far, you could be out $1 million. Apparently Steam winter sale begins tomorrow. Nice. And I did mention this the other day. We don't have anything on the calendar quite yet, but it does look like there's going to be a group of us getting together to start up a Farm Sim 22 server that is probably going to have a pretty decent number of people on it, would be my guess. I don't think it's going to happen until like the turn of the year. Like I don't think it's going to happen before New Year's. But I'll let people know when I have a good idea what's going to happen. But it does sound like there's going to be a bunch of different creators on it. We're going to be allowing our communities on it. Now, granted, all of that is subject to change. Because we're still figuring out like what settings, what map, all that kind of stuff, what mods. So you know, all of that's in the air, but it is sounding like there's a bunch of people interested and excited about doing it. So that could be a lot of fun. I did a bit of multiplayer on Ultrasaurus' server. I did actually hop on Ultrasaurus' server while they were streaming, like at one point where, you know, I probably should have said something on the Discord being like, hey, I just didn't know how long I was going to be on for the night and didn't want to be like, hey, I'm on this other server and only been there for like half hour and then bail. Because I didn't want to do that kind of thing because that'd feel not bad. It's just, you know, people get excited and then not have that thing going on. Trying to just not run over my own crops. But yeah, so it should be fun. Oh, I was like seeing the crops disappear and not the spray coming. I was like, let's see. Lots of decisions, yep. I'm not sure at F0 PR a server. For a server? Oh, yeah, okay, I see. Just some letter typos. Yeah, for a server, yeah. No, because it's like a whole thing, like, what map you play is going to entirely change the entire experience. So, like, if we, like, what I've said is if we go to, like, what I've said to the artists, if we go to play and it's mostly new players and there's a bunch of them, I'm going to recommend just a map that's got a bunch of existing fields we can buy up and let people learn and that kind of thing. Like, you know, just grow a farm. So, maybe the new, like, maybe the new map they just added with the last expansion, maybe something like Elm Creek, you know, like, just something like that, where there's lots and lots of existing fields. You can get, you know, be pretty aggressive with taking loans and all that. That way, all the new players, you can get them equipment so they can do stuff. If we end up with a lot more experienced players, then we could consider something like No Man's Land or Silver Run Mountain, or one of these ones that you're going to be creating your own fields and all that kind of stuff. That would be another possibility. And it also depends on, like, the quantity of people, on what kind of money we're going to give ourselves and that kind of thing. If you have really, really, really big numbers of people, you'd need to have a lot of early money and or be allowed to, like, be pretty aggressive on the loans. And the reason for that is if I start out with like no money, I've got 40 people on the map. What are like 39 of the people going to do when you can only afford one tractor? They can go cut trees and carry logs one by themselves if they really want to, but realistically, people won't have fun and they'll leave in that case. That said, knowing the communities involved, who also do a lot of deforestation in their games, I'm pretty interested to see if we can get them on the Silver Run map and be like, all right, here's a handful of tools to go knock down some trees. Like, don't even worry about getting, like, the big tree sawing or whatever. It's like, all of you get chainsaws. We've got, 2 or 3 people running vehicles to get the logs. And we're just going to rotate people out that just, you all annihilate the woods. You all just try and, as fast as trucks get here, fill them up. And the other ones just do your best to get the logs sold and see how fast they can burn through a forest. Take the if people have seen the Spiffing Brit when he did Factorio, where just launch the rocket, but just using numbers. Like, to heck with everything else, just use 200-300 players to try and knock it out as fast as possible. Do that, but deforestation. You'd have to get like the 4 or 5 people rolling around tractors with the mulching thing on it just to deal with all the stumps. I still think the bottleneck would be loading up the trailers or whatever you use to haul the logs. That was always the biggest pain part for me with the Silver Run, was just getting the logs into something to sell them. Hey, Diligent Goo, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Diligent Goo, by the way? We're hanging out yesterday. Diligent Goo is playing some House Flipper 2. So if you're looking for some House Flipper 2, you can find that over there. Tired. You just woke up a moment ago? I know how that goes. I've done that. Have you used shipping containers for logs yet? So if you're talking about the modded ones, I mean, on my own time I experimented with them. Like, I got the auto loader thing for logging on one time. Like, not used it on stream really. And for me, it was like, okay, that's a little bit too much. Where you just like pull up to logs, you hit a button, it just teleports them in. You're like, okay, hang on. That really does trivialize this. But then there was the other ones where you have to like put the log in the back of it. And while it was like technically faster, it felt like it wasn't meaningfully faster to me. So it was kind of one of those things. Like we tried like everything. We tried the thing where you have the cables that you can like rock it back and forth. And even though it wasn't really faster, that was at least lots of fun to have the cables where you attach like 3-4 logs, and just send them down the hill. All right, Cerise the Mage, you have a good one. Okay. So I actually don't know how much money we're gonna make on all of this canola. I'm hoping it'll be a significant amount. I mean, you're always so like anytime you're doing that. How's the challenge going so far? It's going pretty good. We're on harvest day for all our canola, so I'm trying to get as much of it up as I can. Luckily, there's no rain today, so I won't have that thing where in like the middle of the day I have to stop harvesting. Because the margins are too thin to take a 20% penalty. Oh, but for those who also don't know, I'm doing a map known as No Man's Land. So normally when you play the game, all the vanilla maps and most of the mod maps, there'll be like, you know, a little city existing there, like a little farm, like farm area, town with existing fields, all that kind of stuff. No Man's Land is not that. No Man's Land, if I pull up the map real fast, let me just line this up first. If I pull up the map real fast, there is nothing 99% of this map. I've got my handful of fields I've made. There's 1 or 2 that just exist on the map to start with. And then you've got your sell point and your tractor supply, and that's it. So the idea with this one is you make what you want on the map. So if you want a granary, you have to build it. You can't just use the AI's granary to like make flour or whatever. And it does mean so you don't get like the handcrafted town. You got to make it doing that. You're playing Western Fields. Is the same way? Yeah, I think isn't Western Fields by the same mod person? Because I remember the person who made No Man's Land has 2 maps that are the same idea, where they're just it's a grid. You have an open map, and they're aesthetically different, but it is an open map with like basically the bare minimum setup to do it. Yep. So I do believe those are by the same person, and then that same person also had a mod map that wasn't really meant for people to farm on it. It was a map they used to test vehicles and all that, so it just had like a bunch of different terrain and whatnot. And they're like, yeah, go ahead and load it up if you want to race around stuff. I don't think many people have used that. But yeah, no, the between No Man's Land, which is the more known of it, and you're saying it's Western Fields is the name of it, which is basically the same idea, but you know, I want to say it's more deserty or Texas-like. So like, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Or like California Valley-like, that kind of thing, where it's not as lush and green. Am I correct in that? I'm trying to go on memory. I haven't actually played the map. I'm just going by like the screenshots I saw when I was looking at it. I wonder for the people who check this out on YouTube, not live, but when they check out the video later, if just seeing like the random like, you know, Yuri and Natsuki and like just Monica appearing on the screen, how that comes across. I'm assuming it's a head scratcher, like why does this person have a bunch of Doki Doki stuff on it? Which for the record, we did Doki Doki Literature Club this year as a Halloween thing. Which for those who don't know what that is, it is a psychological horror game disguised as an adorable visual novel. It's all flat with grass and trees. Gotcha. So we played that, and then for that I added the scary command. You know, it was like a Halloween thing, and it was popular enough that even though I said I was going to turn it off, I still haven't. Because it gets its mileage, people seem to enjoy it. I haven't had anyone come out and be like, oh, this really kind of ruins things for me. You feel like all visual novels are psychological torture? I mean, people are into different games. I don't judge. I'm not into like most visual novels myself, because a lot of them are not the type of content I'm interested in consuming. I have seen ones that are more interesting to me. Again, like Doki Doki Literature Club, I actually think is a fantastic one. It is definitely a game you should not play if you are not in a good place, like state of mind. We're talking like dealing with like depression, those kind of things. It is a whole basket of trigger warnings, to the point that like literally when you go to play the game, it has this big disclaimer that's like, hey, this game is not for people who are easily disturbed, and it is a warning you should take as seriously as possible, because that game will mess with you. But it is an excellent game if you are someone who is in a state of mind that it is not going to be a problem for you, and that you are into like psychological horror. And it does a really good job of like the slow build up for it, that they really kind of get you hooked on like what seems like a normal visual novel that just has like a couple little things here and there that feel a little off before things escalate. And I won't spoil any of it. Please do not spoil it. I do suggest, if it is a game you are thinking about playing it, if you can manage to get yourself to play it without spoiling it for yourself, which is easier said than done, it is worth doing it. That said, again, be in a good place that you can handle some pretty messed up stuff. And to be clear, while it does have, like, it doesn't get like super duper graphic or anything, like it does have a little bit of blood. and it does have some upsetting scenes. It's not a gore fest or anything like that. You're not gonna see like people eviscerated with stuff coming out of them and all that. Like there's one person who ends up like there's a couple scenes with blood. That's where I'll leave it. There's a couple scenes with blood. There's still images. They don't get like way over the top. It's more about like what the scene is about is the thing than the contents of the scene itself. It's kind of like comparing modern horror with old horror. So like you'll have modern horror where it's just a total gore fest where they like zoom the camera in as the person's getting cut apart, and it's like super like it's not even like about the movie, it's just about the special effects. And then you go back to like some of the really old horror where they're just trying to even get like the basic special effects, where, you know, you'll just have the person that you'll see them from behind. You'll see the person like run up with a knife and they'll just do this a whole bunch of time, and you'll see like stuff splashing off, but you're really not seeing anything. It's just like they've got like a little squirt thing they're just saying on the front that's just squirting like, you know, stuff off of them, and you don't really see any of the actual violence there. It's all that kind of thing. It's kind of like that type of thing, but even not that bad. Where it's the implied horror, like the implied what's happening over like really just getting the camera in on it. Because I really don't like... I can go for a good psychological thing. I really am not down with like the gore fest kind of thing. That's just not my jam. I also don't like the jump scare style. I like the movies that you finish the movie, if I'm going to go for that one, where you sit there and you're like, I just need a minute to process this. Like, am I okay? I don't know. I need a minute. Give me a minute to figure out what I just watched. Like, I need some time to process this, the implications of it, that kind of thing. You know, it's got you in that kind of state. Versus, you know, when things are just over the top violent, it actually really kind of kills the movie for me. That said, even the psychological horror I don't really watch much. Mostly because there's not many good ones anymore. Because everyone wants to go the gore route. It's easier. Why have a good writer when you could just throw gross all over the scene and be like, yeah. How are we doing on filling this up? 60%, so we can probably finish this field and then we'll sell. They don't make movies like they used to. Yeah, I feel like there's certain genres, though, that are way more impacted. I'd actually even say there's certain genres that the movies are better than they used to. Some for, like, technical reasons, some for, like, the writing is better for it now. But, there's certain genres where it feels like they just spit out a new movie every other week. I mean, like, right now we're kind of in a weird thing where people just keep making sequels and sequels and sequels that aren't that interesting. Or it's like I feel for a lot of the problem, because on one hand, everyone's getting annoyed about like sequels and re-releases. I mean, not everyone. A lot of people are getting annoyed by sequels and re-releases where you're like, you know what, I would actually like an original thing. But by and large, even the original new stuff that's good, like, to me that's good, flops. That it's, you kind of can't win either way. That, like, movies in general are not doing well right now. Let's see. You enjoy movies like Vincent Price and Lon Chaney. Yeah. I mean, I don't watch many movies, so I'm part of the problem with this these days. But like, maybe it's just kind of where like right now it's been like a big thing that anything that comes out, it's a strategy to sell newspapers as well as for influencers like myself to boost our numbers and all that, to just rage out about whatever the new thing is, which I don't do, and there's a lot who don't, but it has become an effective marketing strategy, is to be like, the new thing came out, grr, rage, anger, scream. You know, come up with some reason it's horrible and then scream at the top of your lungs. be outraged, because it works so incredibly well, because you have one group of people who will agree with you and be like, yeah, that was crap because whatever thing you've made to be a controversy about it. And then you have the other group who screams, well, no, it's not actually that bad, but they still boost your engagement. So you're still getting your views and your advertisement stuff, and you're feeding the algorithm, making it happy. And it's incredibly frustrating to me that that is a viable approach. I do really wish that a lot of the different platforms and all that would come up with solutions that specifically the rage baiting kind of content would be almost deliberately suppressed algorithmically. Not that you couldn't access it and yada yada yada, but you would push back and be like, we're going to artificially lower how this is approached in the algorithm, because it is creating a toxic situation of just everyone raging out about everything. Writers went on strike, so it'll take a while for things to get back into rhythm. Well, yeah, that's true. A lot of the stuff I'm talking about, Power Reset, though, became before the writer's strike. And yeah, we're absolutely gonna have kind of crap stuff for a while, because honestly, the pain you're gonna feel from the writer's strike, outside of a few things like late night shows, you probably won't actually feel the worst of it for a little while longer, because, you know, they produce stuff ahead of time. It takes them a while to get there. So we only started to really feel the writer's strike right by the end, where you started having, you know, movies not coming out because there was no writers and all that kind of stuff. Or it wasn't this writer's strike, it was the last one. I can't remember the director's name, that, you know, the writers went on strike and he finished the movie anyways, and the movie ended up being like absolutely reviled kind of thing. And they had an interview. It was like, why do you think your movie went so terribly? He's like, I had to write it myself. Like, I pay these people for a good reason. It's like, of course it's going to be terrible. I'm not a writer. It's like, I had a legal obligation to produce it, and I did. Of course it's bad. The writers were on strike. What do you think is going to happen if all your animators go on strike and you ask, you know, you ask the upper management to animate the rest of the movie? You're going to see it go really good and then just immediately drop off a cliff to, like, pencil sketches, because that's not their job. That's not their talent. That's not their training. They have no experience. Okay. That the writers that went on strike are the reasons for a while rage baiting stuff. Oh no, that's been long before that. The rage baiting thing's been going on for years and years. It's just been getting a little worse every year. And if I'm going to be honest, the two groups I would actually yell at the most for that is people in this seat here kind of thing, the streamers / influencers / TikTok people / YouTube people, the content creators, because they have to fight the algorithm, and the algorithm's just like, do that. That works. Maximum engagement. Twitter, absolutely. You're engaging more audiences than we expected. You have all these hot political takes, and people on the other side of the spectrum are also engaging your content. Amazing. Do more of it. We love our ad revenue. Because for Twitter and Facebook and YouTube, that's all that extra view time, that's ad revenue. That's money. And then for the content creators, obviously, you're watching more of their content. It's putting them more favorably in the algorithm. You're helping grow their channel by, you know, screaming at them for having a bad take or agreeing with their bad take and that kind of stuff too. So that's been a thing for a long time. And the other big group that's been doing is news agencies. That there are, and we don't need to say names. That's not the point. I'm not trying to go and like dig into what individuals are doing the naughty. The point is more the problem at the macro scale. That you have a lot of news agencies, that's been their thing about, oh, we're mad about this, that, or other. That, like, this thing, you know, it's this terrible, awful thing that everyone should be mad about. And just rage baiting there as well, because it's the exact same thing as you get a bunch of eyeballs tune in and who are also raging out about it. And that's more ad revenue. And then just the same thing, you'll have people watch it to refute the claims and all that. And that's still more eyeballs, so it still benefits them. It still boosts their numbers and helps their ratings and gets them their ad revenue. That baiting people on both sides of the issue to scream at you, either in support or against, 100%, it makes them money. The movie you're thinking of is, I believe, Quantum of Solace. I don't remember. I feel like this would happen to Nick Fury's show. There's probably more than one show that happened to, for the writer's strike. Not the recent one, but the one before. There would have been a bunch of movies in production that had legal agreements that they would be produced by a certain date and yada, 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 and all that. And it didn't matter that there was a strike. They had to produce by a certain date. So they just knocked it through and are like, all right, it'll just be a crap movie. It's what it is. I can get dinged for several $100,000 because I didn't release my movie when I promised I would. Or I can just put out a bad movie that's not going to do well, and at least it's said and done. All you hear is Mr. Krabs saying money to the reporter. Exactly. But that's the reason I was like, I wish there was something, and it would go against the best interests of the various platforms, because again, they run on ads. That the number of people watching is what makes them their money. Like, literally, that's what the advertisers care about, is how many eyeballs saw my product. I don't care whether the eyeballs liked what they were watching around it. All right, Jed, you have a good one. Just that eyeball saw, ooh, 10,500. I still don't think we'll make enough for the bakery, or not bakery, the granary right this harvest. But if the next two are that much, that means we'll be at 60,000. And yeah, so those two will be at 60,000. We assume probably 8,000 on the canola field that I messed up the fertilizing on. So, you know, not as much. Because it's like 6,000 or so when I didn't fertilize it. 10,000 when I did a partial fertilizer. I'm just going to split the difference. Who knows? But, so I've got that one, and I've got the wheat. So we'll just pretend those both are 8,000 each after that. So it's an extra 16. So that put us up to 76,000. And then in January, we will get our next stuff out of the greenhouses. That should be enough to push us over. And that'll most likely all happen during this stream. That would be entirely doable. I'm going to leave this parked right here, I think. And we're going to take those two fields as if they're one. Don't do the stuff at the greenhouses? Yeah, that's what I was saying is, the thing is I want to save the stuff at the greenhouses, because like right now, I think is one of, no, actually, I think this month was a okay time to sell. But it's end of January, beginning of February is when like stuff is absolutely at its highest price for the greenhouses. Like, technically, there's one crop who's like a month earlier than the other, but then the others are fine kind of thing. So we would want to sell those in January. Well, sorry. I actually sell them in February, so I don't have to wait till end of day of January to get the maximum out. But you get the idea. When is the next time you're going to want to plant things? So we're harvesting these now, and if we're quick about it, I have to decide. I could plant the barley and wheat, but then I won't be able to use it for the canola. Maybe these fields just stay empty until we're ready to replant canola, or the soybeans. That's actually a good question. When are the soybeans? That'd be April to October. I'm a little worried if I were to make all of my crops the same thing. You know, that might not even be a bad idea. What is the best beginner crop animal for this game? The best? It depends on what you mean by best. If you're talking about learning the game, I would definitely say, like, wheat, canola, barley, and soybeans are all kind of at the same difficulty level and will do decently. If you're talking about the absolute simplest, mowing the grass, like, very amusingly, mowing the grass requires just a mower and a foraging wagon. But it's not really a crop, it's you just mow the grass and collect the clippings and sell those. And it's actually okay money. That can actually get really, really lucrative if you do stuff with that grass. Like if you make into silage and all that, which gets more complicated. But yeah, no, I feel like if you're trying to learn the game, doing any of the grains would be a pretty good place to start. Silage. Silage is basically when you take grass, you bale it, you wrap it up, and then you let it rot. And you're basically making... Well, not rot's not the right... You let it ferment. I believe they use it for stuff like animal feed and all that. So if you're trying to learn that whole process, you would start with getting a... probably just getting a tractor with a mower on the front. And then a baler on the back. That's one, honestly, if you're going to do it, I would almost suggest you get the universal autoloader mod. And maybe you do the bales yourself to start with, but it does become a thing that loading bales becomes pretty tedious pretty fast. Because like if I do, say for example, these 2 farms worth of bales, probably looking at somewhere in the area of like, for those who have played, you'd say maybe 900 to 1100 bales. So greenhouses, you can do that, but you don't really learn a crop with that. It's a building that you put water in and plants and produce comes out. Which certainly that is a thing that you can learn pretty easy. But it's literally, if you just think of it, there's an input and an output. Water in, other stuff out. So if you're talking about learning to grow stuff and all that, so far as fields, it's kind of a different animal. But it is a good introduction to production lines, because it's pretty much one of the simplest ones in the game. The only one I would say is a simpler production line is honey, because there's literally no input. You just put down a honeycomb, and it spits out a little bit of honey. Now that said, if you do it that way, you'll make a profit extremely slowly, like $50-something a month in game. Because you'll produce like 1 jar of honey a month or something like that. Because the idea is you're supposed to have the bees with like sunflowers or canola or something, and it will, I believe it increases the yield of the crop, and the crop increases the yield of the bees. Like there's a mutual benefit, if I remember correctly. But yeah, no, if you're looking for like actually doing crops, any of the grains are pretty straightforward. One of the things that'll help you is, if you bear with me for just a moment, and this still won't teach you everything, is when you pull up your map, there is the soil composition. That's a good way to help you, where you go to a field that says, oh, you need lime, oh, it needs to be plowed, oh, it needs to be rolled. Like these ones here will help you go, oh, I have a thing I need to do. And then this will tell you, like, it's ready to harvest and all that, the growth. So using your map as a way of knowing what you need to do when. It's not perfect, though. It does not tell you everything. Like, they have, like, a fertilized thing there that's just, like, the 2 different colors of blue. But the game doesn't really tell you how useful and important fertilizing stuff is. Like, on the easier settings, you can get away without doing it at all. Like, 0% fertilizer, you could still turn a profit. Like in an actually okay profit. Whereas for me, I can technically turn a profit without fertilizing if I do all the work myself and do not do so efficiently without like being wasteful in how I operate things. But doing an entire field for an entire year and getting like $1,000 is not a good time. Versus like that other field, we didn't have workers do most of the work, it paid out $10,000. And we probably spent, between the fertilizer, the tractor maintenance and gas and all that, and the seeds, which granted the seeds are a pretty irrelevant expense, or they're dirt cheap compared to everything else. 6,000? No, probably like 4,000 or 5,000. So that was, you know, an actual profit per field. You know, a good 6,000-7,000 or whatever. And that's profit, not revenue. Let's see. You have to. Sorry, I don't. ASL in this context, I don't know what that means. I have to ask. Okay, I have to ask about DLC. There are 2 additions to the game, Premium and Platinum, and both Season Pass. Does that include all the DLC? I'm assuming not. All right, so if you get the Year 1 Season Pass, I believe that includes the Premium Edition stuff. So if it's a little convoluted. That Premium Edition includes a bunch of stuff, but Premium Edition is part of the Year 1 Season Pass. So they could have these backwards, by the way, the Premium and the Platinum. And then the Year 2 Season Pass includes the Platinum, as well as a handful of other things. So it is not well explained. But if you're trying to get everything, getting the Season Passes, I believe, will get you almost everything. There's like just 1 or 2 things that are specialist outs. Who made the system? I don't know. I think the idea is what happens is you have like your big update for the year, which is like the premium and the platinum ones. That are the ones that, like, we have this new type of crop, we have these new map, we have these new mechanics, like that kind of thing. And then I have a bunch of littler updates that are like, okay, here's this brand of tractors and equipment. Okay, here's this other brand of tractors and equipment. Like, it's like one-off updates. So it's like, okay, we added this one crop that doesn't really change the game. It's just kind of like a one edition, like, type of crop or whatever. Those kind of things are like the littler updates. But then you have like the premium one that's more to it. And then the season pass is all of those things, is I think the intent. But if I remember correctly, with the 2 year 1 season pass, I think I'm only missing like 2 of the DLC, and it's like for this one specific brand of equipment, which I don't care about at all. And I think there was like the hoses and nonsense, like hoses whatever it was, DLC was the only other one I think I don't have because it wasn't part of the season passes. Which we are currently in the year 2 season pass, which granted I think we're getting close to the end of it. The point being is if you want everything, the season passes. That's what you want. If you don't want all like the individual crops, you just want like the main system stuff, then you can get platinum and premium. I do feel like a la carting, getting it each and every one would be the only wrong answer. Yeah, pumps and hoses I think is one of the only DLC I don't have. I probably should just go in and buy it, honestly. I play the game enough to totally justify it. Because I actually bought the season passes myself. I already owned the premium edition, the base game, and like 2 of the other DLC. I can't remember if it was they gave me a key through one of the key websites I use as a creator, or through Dare Drops, which I guess technically would fall in that one. Like they gave me the initial key for this game. But what ended up happening was they did a Dare Drop, which is just, it's a thing where they go, here's a bunch of challenges, and you'll be able to get a bunch of keys out to your community. So I did the Dare Drops because it gave me 2 season 1 passes, or 2 year 1 passes, and 2 year 2 passes to give out to the community. Which we did, as well as like 2 one-off keys that I don't think people could care about too much. But part of the issue was the version of all the DLC that they were giving to us was through their store, not Steam. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, your store's probably lovely, it's probably fine, but no. I don't want to deal with this crap. It's on Steam, I want it on Steam, let it be on Steam. So I frustrated. I was like, I'm just gonna buy it. I play the game enough. I'm just gonna go ahead and buy the season pass and be done with it. They'll come out of pocket. It's fine. So pretty much all the DLC I bought for the game, but the initial key was given to me. I technically have a affiliate. Well, like technically I'm a partner on this game, but I don't promote it much, mostly because I don't know. I don't like the stores off Steam. It's one of those things. If I'm not going to do it myself, I'm not going to ask others to do it. I also don't think you get a discount or anything from using my link. I don't remember. I have it in, like, the support section or whatever that you can type it in to use it. But that again, doesn't work with the Steam version. It only works with the version from Giant Software Store. And for the most part, there's usually, like, if there was a price difference, like a significant price difference, that'd be another story. Then it'd be like, yeah, and they do go on sale sometimes and all that. You can't make the trip? Oh, yeah, no, I even, like, before I started that last path back, I was like, okay, so I'll go this way, and then I'm going to have to drive back without doing that. I won't be able to do the return trip. The harvester will fill up. Yeah, for me, it's not even a trust issue for going off Steam. I know there's a negative to having all of your eggs in one basket, as were. Like, if Steam were just a one-day turn off its servers, I would be absolutely screwed on all my games. But honestly, at this point, that isn't a worry I realistically have. And again, if it happens, it happens. Like, that would be a big issue. I don't even want to think about the legal mess that would be. Because while our consumer protections here in the U.S. are pretty there is a lot of legal stuff they would have to deal with in other countries that have very strict consumer protection stuff. Like, they'd be stuck offering refunds for a lot of stuff, or, making some type of arrangement with the individual groups to get a hold of the game, or make it available on, I don't know, like, that's the thing. It'd be such a big can of worms that it'd be one of those, like, legal cases that takes the next decade to sort out. Argentina is better? I have no idea. I certainly would assume that if you live in Argentina, that's how you'd feel, because otherwise why would you live there? But I have no idea. I've never been. You think 99 of all PC games would too? Yeah, that's the whole thing. If Steam went under, like, it would be a whole big thing. That's honestly one of those ones that I could see there being, like, a collection of companies getting together to intervene, being like, no, this needs to not end. Like, what do we have to do to save this thing? Because this is going to completely destroy an industry. But yeah, so I generally don't like when I'm forced off of Steam. And there's games I've done it for, but I don't really care for it. Hey, I'm John. How's it going? I'm John Doe, you know. I appreciate that name. Alright. You've only done it for Star Sector? Yeah, I've done it for Star Sector. I did it for Escape from Tarkov back when that... Well, I mean, it's still not on the platform. I gave 1 or 2 games a shot on Epic, and then I said I was never going to buy another Epic game again. I've been very annoyed with Epic, and not even because I prefer Steam. There are things that Epic has not fixed since it came out that has no business to still being broken. Like, the fact you cannot turn off, like, the in-game stuff, like the achievements and whatnot, on Epic Launcher, and that has a high tendency to crash games. Like, and for the record, the game development being crashed by the you know, the achievement popping up, that is a mistake in the game's code, but the workaround would be to disable those things like the achievement pop-ups and all that. But the only way to do that into Epic is to go into the Epic Launcher's system files and basically delete its ability to actually do that by messing with its file structure. And I'm like, there's no excuse for that crap. Like, when you first came out, sure. But you've been out for years now. It's time to fix it. Let's say, well, relaxing the day before shopping with Mom and Grandma, and let me tell you right now, Grandma's a pistol in public places. Ah, that'll be interesting. Well, I hope it's successful shopping that is productive and you have a good time with it. But yeah, so there's like that kind of thing. I got really annoyed with dealing with Activision Blizzard and their nonsense. Like, very genuinely, there's been times that I've been like, oh, maybe I'll go back and try whatever game. And, like, you know, maybe I'll go back and, like, I haven't played World of Warcraft in nearly a decade. Maybe I'll give that another go. And then just, you get to their independent launcher, like, you know what, never mind. I just don't want to deal with this. Your family does White Elephant to prevent the shopping? Yeah. We do White Elephant as well. For those who don't know what that is, it's usually a bunch of people get, and they'll have different price ranges, but like they'll say, okay, $15 limit, $20 limit, $30 limit. Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm John. You missed your space between get and .out. So the bot jumped in thinking it was a link. Because link detection in bots is not great. So it wasn't anything you said being problematic or anything like that. It's just, we deal with a lot of, like, bots hopping in here trying to get people to click links for malware and all sorts of crap, so we gotta be a little strict on, unfortunately, the things. So if you want, I think you can just hit up and then just add a space after the, where you said doesn't get, and then, you know, period space out. You've been automod twice. I'm on the wild side. Yeah, well, I mean, it's like, so this is an auto mod. This is the actual bot I use called Firebot, and it has link detection, but both Twitch and Firebot's link detection, it basically is just looking for word period word. Is all it's looking for. It's not smart to be like this.com, this.net, this.org, this. Whatever. When they added like a billion, it's not really billion, it's like 80 or whatever number of extra domain endings. Pretty much all the link detection were just like, F it. We're just doing a couple letters, period, a couple letters. That's good enough. Doing that. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, as I made clear, it's like, it's nothing you said was problematic. It happens. It probably happens once every week-ish on average. Like, we'll go a couple weeks with none, and then we'll have a week where like 4 or 5 people get grabbed by it. And it is almost always people missing the space after a period. Let's see. I mean, I can just read out. It says, I appreciate, sure enough, we always have a great time. And being wheelchair bound, I moved up off screen. Being wheelchair bound, she doesn't get out too often these days, so it's always a joy for us. I can fully understand that as someone whose grandmother was kind of in the same situation, you know, towards the end kind of thing. And then also that's also realistic. Like, it's also a thing that my dad's going through. He's not wheelchair bound, but he can't walk much. So if we're doing anything of any meaningful size, he either needs a wheelchair or other accommodations. Age do be a big old jerk. Facebook, the reason why most bots remove such strings Was once that Twitch always turned those into links. In mobile circumstances, they didn't lead. It didn't lead anywhere. So bots purge link to. That makes sense. I can see that. Let's see, your Nona will just send people with 5-page letters describing what they did wrong. It sucks because at 84, her mind is as sharp as I remember her at 50, but her body isn't. Like, yeah, that's like up until the very, very end. That was my grandmother as well. I think she got to be right around. I think she's like right at 90, if I remember correctly. And it wasn't until those last like 2-3 weeks or whatever that she started kind of losing her faculties. Which even when that happened, it's like she would be sharp for a little while, and then she'd kind of, you know, she would have difficulty having full awareness, and then she'd like focus again, and it was kind of one of those things that it really helped when people were visiting her to, you know, get that stuff going. But yeah, it's tough. Again, getting old, it's a real bag of not fun. Whether it's you or people you care about. And we don't need to dig into it too much because, you know, there's a lot of people who deal with that. And, you know, we're here for people to escape. They're hitting, man. It's hard to watch loved ones deteriorate. Yeah. Yes, that it is. And there is a whole bunch I could say on that, which I'm not going to because there's fights happen. Well, battles, not fights. There's battles happening outside of stream. Well, the alternative of getting old sucks. This is true. This is true. The only alternative is you don't get there. Which is also not a good time. And the weather right here, it is nice and actually mildly chilly where I'm at right now. Which is perfect. This is about the only time of year I like the weather where I live. Is middle of the winter. It is brisk, but not quite cold. I'm in Central Florida for anyone who doesn't know. Versus the rest of the year, it's expletive hot and humid, where we have our two types of weather, hot and muggy, where you can swim in the air, you can drink the air, but good luck breathing the air, because it's basically water. You used to live in Vegas? You miss that weather during the summer? Gotcha. Ditto cold here. Though not utterly cold anymore. Yeah, that's the thing. And yeah, for me with before I lived here, I used to live in Michigan, just outside of Detroit. So I've definitely been through some pretty rough cold winters. And I'm not saying, you know, I'm not saying like other places. I did it again. We're just gonna have to drop off again. It's fine. But yeah, no, it's like, don't get me wrong, there's like places in Canada who will absolutely be like, oh, you say cold, do you? Huh, you don't know what cold means. You right. But also, when you're measuring temperatures in negative degrees, I don't think it really matters anymore. That's the whole thing about, you know, like when you get in the whole thing where, you know, someone's like, I'm having a rough time, and the person's like, well, yeah, I'm having this rough time, and the next one's like, well, no, I'm having the rougher time. It's like, look, man, just because your fire's bigger doesn't mean I'm not also on fire. Both of us are having a rough time. This doesn't need to be seeing who's got it the worst. That is a scorekeeping where everyone loses. Just be like, it is a rough time. Yeah, no, Vegas is rough for me because I'm used to humidity, so going to like straight up no humidity was a little bit rough. I would definitely prefer something kind of in the middle. Yeah, indeed, everyone lives there. Oh, and it's such a thing that happens so often. I haven't had one of those problems come up since working in an office, where you would absolutely get people into the who is more miserable. I'm like, what are we comparing here? What are you doing? Why is this how we're spending our time? I've had to de-ice airplanes before in Florida. Sometimes it gets cold enough there. Yeah, no, realistically, and I'll say most years, it's not every year's. Most years in Florida will have like 1 or 2 days that are down to Central Florida it gets below freeze. And we're talking just at night, just a day or two. That it is enough that it causes a bunch of problems, but then it goes away. Like, it's been a good like 8 or 9 years that we actually had. Has it? I can't remember exactly when it was that we actually had here in Central Florida. That we had a good like 5-ish days in a row that we had a freeze, and it was like absolute pandemonium because we were worried about all of our citrus farms basically losing their entire crop. Like it was a whole big thing that like there was a lot of panic, and we had manatees were like really struggling. For those who don't know, manatees, they can't handle the cold. It literally kills them, like very quickly too. It is really bad for them. They even have like their own like named disease for it and everything when they get too cold. They're equivalent to hypothermia. And it is like there was lots of panic when we had that, long freeze, because we're like, oh my god, like is this like literally going to wipe out the manatees? And it did a number. They had just about everyone who had an aquarium large enough to handle them were taking in as many rescues as they could. Like I think SeaWorld had like 120 something or 150 something manatees that they were rehabilitating when that happened. I think it was Disney had a dozen or so. There's a bunch of like little teeny tiny like aquarium places that like we can handle 1 or 2. There is over on the coast. There's I think it's a dolphin rescue kind of thing for when dolphins get hurt. But they were like, okay, like the dolphins we have are basically ready to go out. We're gonna send them out, and just picked up like 50 plus manatees. Like everyone is just trying to do everything they could to like help as many of them as possible. Because they do the same thing that human beings do when we're dealing with hypothermia. Your body shunts the blood off from your extremities to try to save your main part of your body. And for us, it's where you get frostbite and you lose fingers and that. For manatees, they just literally peel. Like, just the outside comes off, and they die very fast. And they'll lose their tail, which, of course, kills them. So it is real bad for them when it gets cold. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that evolutionarily you see how it goes, because if the core part of your body shuts down, you die. Like it's basically instant death. So it is a small but meaningful chance of surviving by effectively sacrificing limbs and all that to save the main part of your body. Which is why so many creatures have that system. But it is a very collateral damage involved rescue strategy. It is 100% sacrifice to save the whole. But it's very easy to push it past its limit. That's desperate situations. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It is absolutely dismal. But that's also why you've probably heard the thing about, if you're cold, you can drink alcohol and it makes you feel warmer. It's because what alcohol will do is it'll break that process that shunts blood, because it thins your blood so the blood still gets out to the extremities. And so it makes you feel warmer, but your actual overall body temperature is crashing faster. Because this is a lot of surface area for you to lose body heat through. Which is the whole reason they shunt it so much. Now that said, most of the time, we aren't in, like, as human beings, we aren't in those situations that there's just no finding warmth, yada yada yada. Like, outside of, like, camping and mountain hiking, or like mountain climbing or something, if something's gone wrong and you're out in the wilderness. But otherwise, like, if you're in town and you're, like, in a situation that you're getting hypothermia, someone, you can, like, walk into a building, and even if they kick you out half an hour later because they don't want you there, you know, you can get in the building and at least warm up a little bit. You know, there'll be some place, like a bar or something, that you can go into. Or a homeless shelter, or even a hospital, or whatever. And, like, in those like, particularly rough nights, even, like, homeless people, a lot of times emergency services will make places and to, like, go out of the way to, like, offer way more places for them because they know how dangerous it is. Alright. You knew that as Code Blue? Gotcha, I have no idea what the names for everything. I worked with emergency services for a while. Like, I wasn't a firefighter or a police officer or anything like that, but I did IT for them. I used to work local government, and that, like, I was involved in, again, the police and fire so far as their IT systems. The hospital was its own independent thing, so I didn't deal with any of that. Yeah, when Code Blue was announced, the shelter had to take anyone who showed up and at least offer them a spot on the floor. Gotcha. Well, that's cool. I mean, it's also probably we don't run into that much here in Florida because, you know, Florida. Tropics. But we had similar stuff for, like, when a hurricane was rolling through, that they would do what they referred to as an activation, and it probably had a name like Code something or else. But it was, like, it doesn't matter, like it was even a thing for a little while that, like, even if you were someone who had a warrant, that they disallowed police to checking, like, immigration status and all of that stuff. They're like, look, we're just trying to save lives. Like, none of this, we're not dealing with all this political stuff, all this other stuff. Like, these people are going to literally die out here. We don't want desperate people doing desperate things and hurting each other. Like, we will have a place for you. Like, all that kind of stuff. We'll take care of you. What happens afterwards, like, people taking care of all that, that's fine. Just when it's time for, like, mandatory evacuations and all that, if we got people who can't go anywhere, we'll have our evacuation sites. They're just there to save lives. It's kind of giving the Doctors Without Borders approach. It's like, no questions will be asked. We don't care what anyone's anything is. We're here to prevent people from dying. Now there, it's more than just a thing on the floor. They'll usually have water and food and stuff like that, because a lot of times when a hurricane rolls through and you're in the mandatory evacuation area, it means you're probably not going to have power, you're probably not going to have water. There's a good chance you won't even be able to leave the building because the roads will be covered in debris or flooding or all those kind of things. But I did appreciate that this thing, and I know there's people who are, like, super upset about it, and I'm sorry. I personally feel that saving people's lives should be the priority, and then we can worry about all the other crap later. Yeah. Well, because, like, most of the stuff it was immigration stuff that they were dealing with, where, like, law enforcement's trying to go in. And when I say law enforcement, we're talking border patrol kind of stuff. Not border patrol. It doesn't matter. We don't need to get into the politics side of it. It was that kind of thing. It wasn't like, you know, obviously you showed up and you were, like, a wanted murderer or something. You're still getting nabbed. They're going to grab you on your way in or out of the building. But it was that they didn't want people going through and checking everyone's papers the entire time. Because the fear was if they did that, the people wouldn't show up at the rescue, then they'd get stranded wherever they were, and then have to, you know, call emergency services out. It'd become an even greater humanitarian issue, which would strain the resources that were limited. Yeah, ICE. They basically were like, you can't check the papers here. Like, what happens when you're not here, that's different. But we want to make sure everyone who's in need can get here, get taken care of. That they don't second guess evacuating and creating an even bigger problem that strains our limited resources even more. Like, we just want to make sure we take care of it. Hey, the Rogue Bay, how's it going? Which, again, to me was a big win. I feel like that's the more important thing. What crop is this? This is canola. So it's a little yellow flower, but we're at the harvest season. If I remember correctly, with canola, basically once the flower wilts, that's harvest time. I could be wrong about that. I'm not a farmer, and I have not personally grown canola myself. You think you have the 2020 version of this game, and you barely play it? Yep, this is... Well, actually, this is not the 2020 version. Was the 2020 version the 19? It makes it easy to see why Canada renamed it. Yeah. It's a good game. Cannoli, different thing. Alright. And so we got like 2 more passes, probably 1 up and 1 down, and then that'll be all of our canola there. How are we doing? That thing looks super full. Ooh, I am going to have to sell after this one. Alright. So we're gonna just turn that off for a second. Because you full. I mean, can you grow cannoli? Cannoli is a cooked meal, not a produce. That's like, can you grow pizza? Which the answer is, why can't we? Get on it, science. I demand that I can grow a tomato already processed into tomato paste and put in a structured, organized thing with bread, by that I mean wheat, that is already, well actually, yeah, it'd be wheat. You're just being unfunny. No, I know, you're just goofing. But I'm like, if we're gonna go there, or, you know what, I'm willing to settle. I'm willing to settle. I want to be able to grow just a calzone. I mean, I expect it to be hot, too. It's basically, you just grow it outside in, like, California or Florida. You've already got a cooked calzone. It's fine. But I want it to be, like, already processed flour, you know, turned into bread, so, you know, you have the water and all that, already structurally organized. I don't even care that dairy doesn't come from a plant directly. It's got, like, middle layers that go into it. I demand... You want cold calzone? That's totally fine if that's your jam. Like, not this whole thing. How much money am I gonna get? It's like full. It was not quite full. It was like 87 or something %. Yes, money counter go up. Make big number bigger. It's not really that big number in the frame of this. There's also 10,000. Fair enough. So that's 20-something thousand we've made today. You knew someone who grew sprouts that taste like different things? So, there's an area called Plant City, Florida, that is on the... It's Central Florida, but on the West Coast kind of thing. Well, not quite on the coast, but that direction. But they grow strawberries and onions there. And the onions are there just for sister cropping, which... All that is just a bunch of fancy words for they grow the onions with the strawberry because there's lots of bugs and pests that don't like the onions, so they grow it there and it keeps them away from the strawberries. But it's really fascinating that the onions do not impact the taste of the strawberries, but the strawberries do impact the taste of the onions. That the onions will be almost like a pinkish color and have a very different taste. And they are really, really delicious. They also don't ship them anywhere because there's not enough of them to justify shipping them all around the world or anything like that. So instead, they have this big festival when it's harvest season for the strawberries and all that kind of stuff. And they'll do all sorts of stuff with those onions. Like, they'll do, like, onion rings with, like... They're a sweeter onion and all that, but they're, like, this pink. They have, like, a mild, not quite strawberry flavor. It's neat stuff. Because most of the time when you do sister cropping, it doesn't really change the flavor of either crop. And sister cropping is very, very common. And most of the time, it's either pest defense, a natural way to shoo away stuff like deer and all that, or rabbits. You can grow various things that they just don't like, so they'll leave it alone. Sometimes they can also do with soil composition, that you'll have a crop that can mess with the balance of soil if you grow it by itself. So what you end up doing is you end up growing the one crop that messes with the soil in one way and the other crop that messes with the soil the other way to kind of balance each other out. There's lots and lots and lots of reasons for it. I also used to sister crop stuff like garlic and onions for most of the same reason, was it would get... There was a lot of bugs who would leave stuff alone because they just didn't like it, and then deer didn't like onions, so the deer would leave my plants alone sometimes. Like, if the deer had already figured out that there's something there they really liked, it's too little too late. But if you kept the onions growing there, they would smell the onions and be like, nah, I don't want that. And they wouldn't stop by and realize you were growing them their own personal buffet. Let's see, you found an orange that tasted like sugar grapefruit. I bought it thinking it was a blood orange. Oh yeah, there's a lot of citrus that's kind of in between that you don't see very often. Like, they're getting to be more common. There's a it's more like a grapefruit than anything. It's called an Odo Blanco. But it's like a grapefruit, but the rind is a little bit thicker, and it's not quite as sour. But they're going to be popular for people to grow at their homes because you stick it in the ground and you just don't kill it with your weed whacker or your lawn stuff, and as long as it doesn't become super waterlogged, it'll be totally fine. A 5-strand electric fence keeps them out of your garden? Yeah. I haven't done anything that far. I've used some deterrents. I think the most extreme deterrent, which is pretty mild, is there were these poles that had a wire on the top of it. And what well, there's 2 wires on top of that, be slightly separated, and have a little cotton ball. And you take the cotton ball and you put like a couple drops of like the smell of acorn. You'd rotate smells so the deer wouldn't figure out which smell is like the one for this. But, you know, like this day you'd make it smell like acorns, this other day you'd make it smell like something else the deer would potentially go after in your garden. And what ended up happening is the deer would show up, they would smell that like thing, they'd go up and they'd like touch their nose on it, and it like, and I tested it on myself because, you know, I didn't want to hurt the poor deer or whatever. It doesn't like zap them, it's kind of like a little static, like when you go like touch something metal and you get like the little static just kind of jump. But because it's on their nose and it's sensitive, it really startles and upsets them, so they run off. Are you going to AI any of the fields this video, or just save the money for the silo? I'm saving, because if I'm going to be replanting canola or soybeans, I'm not in a rush on any of this stuff. You think it's called a Caracara orange? I think. You can double check. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one. But there's like so many things like peppers, tomatoes, citrus. There are literally hundreds to thousands of different variations. But yeah, no, I'm probably gonna be mostly doing it manually for the time being, because that was the thing that was kind of really hurting me before, is I was having the AI do stuff so I could multitask, which let me get way, way, way more. And with that, I would grow an entire field and put in the time, but the AI would be doing it. And ultimately, the payout I would get on the other side would be like $1,000 for a field, versus you're seeing each of these fields is pulling pretty close to 10K. Which probably, you know, 7-ish or so, 7-ish K of that is just straight profit. Alright, let's go, and first, let's go patch up our harvester and all that. Because for those who don't know in this game, The big thing about the wear and tear is your vehicle like never stops running as far as I've ever seen, but it actually penalizes a lot of stuff when you get damage. So for like your tractor, it has a lower gas efficiency. It has less horsepower if it's damaged and all that kind of stuff. And so you want to repair that. But the real nasty ones is your headers on like your harvester and all that. That your harvester crops with. It reduces the amount of harvest you get by a percentage. And it can get pretty terrible. So it is one of those things that like when you finish harvesting, it's usually good to go patch it up. If you start getting like a really big area, like say for example, I own like 10 or 12 of these tiles, it's even worth it. You do like a handful of fields, you go repair, and then do the other handful, because you'd sit there and look at it and go, okay, let's say by the time I do 5 fields, I'm taking a penalty of like 10-15% of my harvest because my harvester's header is like 25% down or whatever it is. And ignore the individual numbers. I'm kind of pulling them out of my head. They're probably entirely off base. But you know, the point being is it's worth taking a quick detour to patch up real fast so you get the full money out of it. We're also going to gas up.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. I'll get that stretch here in a moment once I get that going. So we had $286 in gas for all that harvesting. So where we made 20... Well, we actually don't know what we're going to make. It's probably going to be like 25,000 from those fields. That was a couple hundred that got eaten out of it for gas costs. No big deal. And that is another about 200 in repairs that comes out of that total as well. All right. And we can go ahead and get this going down the hill again. But it does end up being a thing that mid to late game, which you'll usually end up doing with some of these things like the repairs and all that, is one, you'll make your own service locations on the map. So you don't have to do like what I'm doing right now, which is driving 2, 3, 4 tiles. Well, actually, you probably would have it at that range. Like a tile or two away is the farthest you'd have to drive to the nearest place to patch it up. The other thing you can do is they have the big semis. They can get like the big flatbed that you drive the vehicle on. So if, say, I wanted to have it on the far end of the map and not build repair centers everywhere, I could just drive the truck over there and be like, okay, load up the harvester, drive to the other side of the map, repair it, bring it back. You know, do the same with that. You can get things for holding all the headers, the front pieces of the tractors, and you can just load up like, I can't remember, it's like 3 or 4 of them, maybe 5 on a semi, and take the whole group of them to go deal with that. Okay. Alright, so we got a little bit more canola here. It's just the last little bit of that last field. And then we'll have this part done. And then we're not in a super big rush for any of those. What's the plan for Thursday? For Thursday's stream? I'm thinking I will start the stream with RimWorld. And I haven't decided the second half. Because it is one of those things I'm kind of going back and forth that the difficult decision is you don't want to stay away from any game that you're continuing playing for too long if they're like in the middle of a run. Because, you know, people like fall out of being in the run kind of thing. I won't tune back in to see the continuation. At the same time, like, I am enjoying Medieval Dynasty. I am enjoying this challenge run and all that. So I'm kind of doing this one where I know if I want to keep, I mean, I'm gonna play through the rest of the RimWorld run because I think people would be actually pretty upset if we got that far and then I just like, nah, I'm gonna put it aside. And I'm still having fun with it. I think we only have, honestly, like 3, maybe 4 streams left of that RimWorld run before it's done, one way or another. Because when we did our last reset, I think we only went like 2-3 streams before it was already time for the next reset because of how fast we were making wealth. Like really going that Thrumbo route has taught me like that is a great strategy. Because every Thrumbo in RimWorld, when it's adult, is about $4,000 in wealth. And then we were just producing tons of Devil Strand as well, which is a bunch of wealth. Like I was leaning in hard and just pushing the wealth as fast as I could on that one. What is the RimWorld run? The RimWorld run, we're doing a transhumanist tribe, so that's where they like to replace all their limbs and all that with cybernetic stuff, and they have demands of being like de-aged and all that. Like it's a super high-tech kind of run. And then tribe is the low-tech start, so basically they aspire to do really high-tech stuff, but they start low-tech, so it's a little harder to get going. And then we're doing what's known as an Arco-Nexus run, which is there are 4 different endings to RimWorld, 4 different win conditions. And it is it's the most elaborate of them. It's kind of like doing RimWorld with like multiple rounds of new game plus sort of mechanic, where you get to take like just a handful of your stuff and make a new colony several times over. Bora, you knew about 2 of them? Oh yeah, so the and none of them are secret, to be clear. So I'm not giving you huge spoilers in that regard. I won't talk the specifics of the Arco-Nexus run because that gets a little spoilery. But the first one is you build the ship and you use the ship. And that gets you off the planet. That's the first run. The second run is you there's a ship already existing on the map, and you caravan all the way over to that ship and then use the ship to get off the map. So that's the second one. With the Royalty DLC, they added a third one, which is you can become besties with the Fallen Empire and ask them to kindly take you off the planet, and they'll send you a shuttle to get you off the planet. And then the last one is Arco-Nexus, which came with Ideology. That the whole gist of it is effectively you do New Game Plus. That you make a colony, you hit certain thresholds, and then you take 5 of your colonists, 5 animals, 1 relic, and I think it's 7 items, and you basically start a brand new colony with those. But those are the 4 runs. Let's see. Oh, and also good morning, by the way. In European RimWorld, you build like a great colony, and that's why I'm like, leave at this point. Yeah, I mean that's actually one of the things that happens. And you do that twice, right? You do a total of 3 resets, and then there is a thing you do to win at that point. And it's like when I say that, it's you do your resets, and then you straight up just kind of beeline to the win. There's not like a whole big build up to the win at that point. You've done the hard part. You just do the last event. And I won't spoil what that is because it was very fun doing that without having any idea what I was going to expect and preparing for absolute war and all that kind of stuff because I had no idea what was going to happen. But yeah, it's good times. But yeah, no, that's the thing that does happen is like most. So how expensive is the mill? It is about 96,000 if I remember correctly. And we're gonna get at least another like 20 or so thousand when I take all the stuff from the greenhouses in January. So it should probably be that it'll either be when I harvest those other 2 fields we already got planted, plus the greenhouse will put us either over the fence to it or pretty close to it. If not that, then dealing with these fields will definitely put us over the top. It might honestly not put over the top. Also, you think you lost money on those fields? You have... I think you had... Do you mean like at the beginning of stream? Because I definitely didn't lose money on these fields. These are very profitable. Yeah, no, I bought the sprayer for like 11 something thousand, and then also put a bunch of money into fertilizer and all that. I'm not out of that yet and all that. Got it in the end? Yeah, now I got the little sprayer there. It's not a great sprayer for what I'm doing, but I did get a sprayer. It requires a lot more passes than if I got like the really wide one where I could just drive and do it all one pass. But it was on the discount, so I got it because it was a lot easier to do. Now, I'm pretty sure I didn't lose money on these. An arrow tires the tractor? Yeah, this tractor is actually designed to do like grapes and olives. But no, actually, was this one? I don't think this is the one. I'm thinking my other save. My other save actually got one of the grape olive tractors because I was able to snag a decent horsepower one, but it was like the little grape one that could get like 168 horsepower. This one, I think, I don't remember what we're at right now, but it is capable of going up to the mid to high 300 horsepowers. So this tractor could do pretty much anything in the game just about, but there are still better tractors than it by a decent amount. You remember it's like 350-ish? Yeah, I thought it was like 365, I think was the top, but I could be entirely wrong. But yeah, I'm in no rush in these fields. I'm kind of just like, let's knock these fields out real fast. Getting them prepped. Because if I do prep them now, it just means when it comes time that I can plant, I can also just plant. The other one, and I'm less on board with this, the other one I debated was turning off where you can going. Yeah, no, we had a vote earlier. I was like, because I kept waffling on it, whether or not I want to turn them off, because like turning them off makes the run easier. Like it just objectively does. But at the same time, it is just kind of a time sink. A patience kind of time sink. So we did a vote earlier, and it's something like 9-3 or so in favor of getting rid of them. So I'm like, okay. And technically we can turn them back on anytime we want if we're like, this is too easy or whatever. It's just one of those things that means I'm going to spend half hour or so just picking up stones. And then sell them for like 80 bucks. To then do the next thing. I need to go to the other side. Why a regular sync instead of a time sync? Yep. Well, yeah, that's like I even commented on it the last 2 streams or so that I think the big problem with the stone picking as a step and why it upsets so many people is because like the smallest one is like 3 meters and like the biggest one is like 5.5 meters or something like that. I probably have the amounts off, but it really never gets big. And you can't go very fast. So it is one of those things that even at the end game, there's like no way to make it not tedious. Like it is one of those things you just assign to an AI and you accept that you're going to just lose money on it. Then sell all the stones from the field. So if you're not playing on the hardest setting, you actually can make money plowing and then immediately picking up stones and then selling them, then plowing and immediately selling stones. It's terrible. Like, it is absolutely awful. It's incredibly laborious for, like, a fistful of pennies thrown at you. But it is technically a way you can make money. On these settings, I don't think you can. But, like, that was, people were joking about, like, an infinite wealth thing where you could just be like, imagine just getting infinite money. There was, like, memeing of just picking up the stones. But on the easier settings, they were making a couple hundred in stones when they did a field. And then when you subtracted the gas and maintenance, you still were ahead just the tiniest bit. And it's like, that is not, just no. like when you mow the grass, where you can do like a whole field and walk away with like $300 to $600 or whatever, depending the size of the field, and even that feels not great. But the advantage there is you can do a field like once every 3 in-game months or something like that, and that's as grass. That's not doing anything else. It's like, okay, the actual money you make over a year isn't bad. In all things considered, is actually not bad. Just mowing the grass and selling the grass. Yeah. What's your favorite part of these games? Is cleaning the equipment? Stone Picker 2024. The next one will be literally just Stone Picker. It's just you drive on gravel and you just have to like do the Stone Picker back and forth to like slowly work down the earth till you find the dirt below. So it's like 20, 30 passes of like slowly working down the ground till there's no stones left. Cleaning this stuff. So it's funny, I actually deliberately don't clean the stuff because like the tractor here's in pretty good shape. Like it looks pretty clean. It's not perfect. I like the farm equipment looking well used. So you'll notice I'll repair it, but I will never paint it. Because I don't know, like I don't expect to go to a commercial farm and like, you know, they could have a new piece of equipment that looks shiny, but I don't expect to go to a commercial farm where they've had these harvesters working year after year and expecting that harvester to look anything but like a scratched up mess over time. Like mechanically it'll be sound, they repair it and everything, but they're not going to go through to the harvester and like repaint it every year and all that because it's not that important. Your landlord put the long, let's see, your landlord put the long gravel in your driveway so it just sank into the dirt. Yep. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different things that can go into that. Sometimes they'll have a slab underneath the driveway, even if you put gravel or whatever on it, or pavers and all that. It can be, like, if you have a very fine soil. Now, you probably, even outside of the gravel, if you have the wrong soil there, you know, your car would park into it, potentially sink into it. Like, you have, like, fine sand or, like, a really, like, a marshy kind of dirt. But that's it. The beauty is, you just keep putting gravel in there, and eventually it's gravel there instead of dirt. I'm not actually advocating for that. That's a meme because we were talking Monty Python earlier, and it was, what is it, The Life of Brian? That, no, was it The Life of Brian? No, it was Holy Grail. That they've got the one prince in there, and they're talking to, like, the king or baron or duke or whatever the guy's title is. And it's like, so my father built the first castle, and it sank into the swamp. And then he built the second castle, and it also sank into the swamp. But the third castle stood upon the remains. And it's like, well, yeah, you sank so many castles that you've effectively changed the swamp to being, like, rocky soil. If you put enough stone down there, eventually it's stone. Just keep filling the hole. And that's actually, like, not doing that, but that is a strategy when you go to, You love the rabbit of carbon dog? Yeah. It works. Well, I mean, that's a thing, like, you actually do, especially, like, not as... I mean, they probably still do it nowadays. They don't know about modern farming. But, like, it was a thing back in the day that, you know, you couldn't have people just go out in the middle of the desert and bring water with them because that's where the good soil is. So they would actually take what was not great soil in an area, and they would, you know, get carts of this dirt. Like, if the soil was too sandy, they'd get carts of clay, and they would, you know, bring it over, and they would amend the soil to, like, over time, you know, get the soil to the composition they actually want for the crop and everything. You know, before we had as much science around it, by now where we can actually tell exactly what it was, is more It was more by feel kind of thing of, oh, this soil seems too sandy. Like, let's put more of this stuff to, like, help it out. But they would do that. And just the opposite, like, if your soil was very marshy, they would add stuff to it to try and gradually amend the soil to having our stuff. See, if I remember correctly, when making a road, the first layer is sand, followed by fine gravel, followed by coarse gravel, followed by asphalt, for the total thickness of 3-ish meters, 6 foot. I think it depends on where you're at, but that doesn't sound wrong. Because you want it so stuff like when water gets through it, it doesn't wash it all away. And all that kind of stuff. So you have like layers to it to help with different situations. But that is also, again, probably depends on where you are. Because, like, there's some places where, like, if you go to, like, Georgia, it's, like, all clay everything is built on. So that would have entirely different requirements than where I'm at. Well, where in Florida in general, for the most part, you're either dealing with sandy ground, or you're having a little bit of topsoil on what's effectively limestone. So we have a very different thing where it's all sandy is probably not great for just tossing asphalt on top of it, so you probably got to get rid of the sand immediately or build up on top of it. Whereas limestone like chips and comes apart pretty easy. It's very vulnerable to things like poking at or whatever. Do you have to lime the limestone fields? I assume that's where lime comes from. No, actually, I think someone told me. No, actually, that is. That, I think it was like lime was like ground up seashells, that kind of stuff. I think I could have that wrong. It's that same material as what I thought it was. I could be entirely wrong, though. This is trying to go off memory on something I didn't know well to begin with. Yeah, oh right, that was it. That was part of it, and then they had other things they add to make it lime. But yeah, I know for, because you see you did the command for Survivor Man. The idea is basically we started with a chainsaw, $0, a truck, and a dream. Realistically, we also owned a tile because you couldn't literally do anything unless you didn't own a tile. But the point was, I didn't start with a whole bunch of money. I wasn't allowed to take loans. I wasn't allowed to lease stuff. I didn't start with a bunch of equipment. I had to just make do chopping down some trees until I had enough money to buy like the absolute most basic equipment to get anything going. We are on the hardest difficulty where our gas consumption is at its, at a high setting. The amount of money we get per sale is kind of garbage. We pay our workers very generously. But it does mean it's a little bit more of a slow burn. We're also on the, how do you clean stuff in this game? So, if you go to the repair place, you can repaint it and it cleans it all up. I do know there are a bunch of mods like for pressure washers and air compressors and that, but those are in the mods. You can buy a pressure washer? Gotcha. The mods are probably for a different one. By porting equipment back and forth to pressure washers in there. There's a mod. I thought there's a base. There may be a base one. I honestly don't know. Because as far as I've seen, there's no consequence in your tractors being incredibly dirty. So I don't really care. Hunter says that overall, a way for you to never look at corn the same way again is Native American tribes around Jamestown area and wipe their butt with the stuff. I mean, I thought it was the corn husks. But, I mean, we use toilet paper, so it's not exactly a whole lot of difference. Which the husk is the outer leafy part. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the husks, not like the part you eat. So they would eat the corn, they'd have these leftover husks, and I mean, the natives are really good about putting everything to use and not throwing stuff away. These they didn't use the sponges like the Romans. The bidet version 0.2. There's a lot of stuff that you go from the modern perspective and you look back at, and that at the time they saw as like a good thing, and maybe it was better than what they had been doing, but then, you know, by later understanding, you're like, oh no. Like I brought it up, they're not personal, they're communal. No, I get that. But like before that, you know, they didn't have a lot of the same hygiene practices. So like you can obviously see the big flaw in that spread of germs and whatnot. But they didn't have germ theory yet. They weren't even aware germs were a thing. They just knew that people who are sick being around other people caused other people to get sick. That's about as far as that understanding went. Or like sometimes if you ate certain things, you were more likely to get sick. But like there was like the whole thing when the Titanic was leaving that they were dealing with. Oh, I can't remember what it was. It doesn't matter. They were dealing with, there was a disease that was getting around. And I remember the way they would check for us. I think they'd go to your eyes and they'd like pull down one eye, pull down the other. They'd look for like spots or whatever. And the issue was we didn't have standardization yet about sanitizing medical implements. So they were going, okay, you're going to get on this cruise, you're going to be in a closed space with a whole bunch of people, we're going to check everyone for this disease. Like, to see if they have the symptoms of the disease. So they go and they check you, and then they go to the next person, they'd check them, and they go to the next person to check them. They'd never sanitize it at any point in the entire process. So what ended up happening is it was fine until they hit that first person who was sick with it, and hadn't yet shown, like, wasn't visibly sick with it, like they had it, but it hadn't demonstrated symptoms yet. And now that stick had that on it, and everyone they followed afterwards, they were just introducing those germs right to them. Just passing it right on along. So as well as things that they were well-intentioned, and they had some of the idea of what needed to be done, but they were missing a very critical piece of information. One of them is not native to humans. Yeah, that happens. See what I find this is Victor saying. See, this is what I find interesting. That sometimes they would have things that were confirmed. Oh, it does work in the modern day. Oh yeah, that happens too. That there is stuff that's considered like just nonsense that people talk about. Like there is some natural medicine that is actually based on a certain amount of understanding that like certain things you can eat can help with your immune system. Certain things you can eat, and usually it's more like the deficiency of the thing that can hurt thing. Certain things you can certain things you can do to help stuff, and usually the understanding of why is wrong. And I'm not saying that, like putting a crystal to your forehead is going to fix anything. Because it's not. Like, it can have a placebo effect, but that's the best you can hope for. But, like, they'll have natural things like, oh, if you eat more garlic, you're less likely to have this. Oh, if you have this problem, eat more onions. Oh, if you do this, then lavender is a way to soothe anxiety. And there's a certain amount of truth behind it. Like, lavender does have a soothing effect. That is a real thing. But sometimes they sound like just nonsense, but other times you check it out, it's like, oh wait, actually there is stuff there. Now again, none of this is like, if you have an actual medical problem, you go to a doctor. You don't try and treat, cancer with a fistful of garlic and some thyme. You don't put a crystal against your forehead to try and, fix your bad cardiovascular health. You do what you gotta do to actually do that. Like speaking of clean human blood? I don't know about that one. However, little Debbie Christmas tree cake, the forehead does in fact work. I have no idea what that one is. Yeah, Like, I have no idea what that one, like the fact that, you know, people talk about using, for example, Diet Coke as an engine degreaser. It does kind of work. Like, it does break up grease. The downside is you've got Diet Coke all over whatever you're degreasing, so now you gotta get rid of the Diet Coke too. So, you know, just use the degreaser. But technically, it does work. The whole thing about, like, Diet Coke just, like, straight up murdering the enamel on your teeth, that's a real thing. You remember that thing about dropping meat for your diet starve cancer? Yeah, no, there's all sort, like, there's stuff like that they'll have where it's like, oh, you can just do this and it'll make it all better. Like, again, and I'll get more into, like, the crystal stuff where people are like, oh, you have this horrible disease that's terminal. Oh yeah, you can put this quartz crystal next to your bed every night and you'll be fine. No, no, no. Don't worry about getting, like, the actual recognized treatment. This'll work. And it won't have the side effects. In my opinion, the people who knowingly spread that information for their own personal profit, when they know it is absolute BS, that they should be considered accomplices in murder. Because they took a person who had a chance to survive, and they guaranteed they wouldn't. And I have a real problem with that. The deliberate spread of misinformation when you know someone's life is on the line because you want to line your pocket. Or at least, like, criminal negligence. But there should be major consequences for that kind of thing. Yeah. If it's about disease like that, you should come correct? Should come correct. Sorry, I'm not understanding what you mean by that sentence. It says, in medieval times, tomatoes were called the devil's fruit, as it was associated with multiple illnesses and death. Later research showed that they ate raw tomatoes sliced on lead plates. The acid in the tomatoes would mix with the lead, and that lead poisoning, not the tomatoes, is causing complications. Yep, that happens. I mean, that even happens in modern times. Like, that's a thing that happened with, like, not that specific scenario, but, like, asbestos. Like, they had done testing, and they're like, oh, this is totally safe, but it was the fact that it took a long while to actually catch up to you. And so, you know, asbestos was this miracle material. And then later on, they're like, hold up, wait a second. We just figured out this is really bad. Like, revoking the medical license, they did to the doctor who basically started anti-vax movement because he wanted to sell different kind of vax. Oh yeah, no, I'm 100% on board with that kind of thing. Like, if they're knowingly spreading misinformation that has to deal with people's well-being, nah. That door should hit them full force. They should be up to their eyeballs in fines and facing potential jail time. Because it's one of those things that you want to do what's good for yourself, to be healthy, to do those things. And when you can't get the correct answer because people want to make money, like that kind of thing, I have a problem. I'm okay when it's like people argue about what is and isn't right and that kind of stuff because we have conflicting research and yada yada yada. But when it's very clearly that they're making false stuff because there's money to be made, nah, I got a real big problem with that. Basically what you said is if you spread misinformation or to promise something causing death, you should have the same ending. I mean, it should be basically treated that if you've done something to cause their death. Like, again, at a minimum, criminal negligence. At a minimum, I would go higher than that, but at a absolute minimum, criminal negligence for the spread of misinformation that you know is going to get people killed. Like, and again, you have to be able to demonstrate that they know it's, like, that's the unenforceable part. You have to know, like, make sure it is like, hey, you knew that was wrong, kind of thing, which is going to be a very, very steep thing to prove. you're gonna have to like catch them emailing someone being like, yeah, I know it's BS, but you know, there's money to be made. Like, you'd have to catch the dummy who says that, which there would be some, not many, but there would be some. So to get out of this very dark line, did you know how much sugar-free cough drops could cause a laxative effect? Many recruits found this out in basic because they were not allowed food outside of mealtime, but they were allowed sugar-free cough drops. And would just suck at the cough drops when they were hungry. Excellent. Right, and I get that. That's the thing. It'd be one of those things you'd put in the books. It'd be enforced almost never because it'd be so hard to prove. But every once in a while, you would have that person who, you know, bragged to one of their friends about how they're suckering all these people out of their money. And that friend would just, you know, be an empathetic person to be like, hang on a second, and turn them in. That's about the only way that would happen. That's how they got the tobacco companies and how they found, like, it'd be a very rare thing. Yeah, in Germany, if you did gross negligence, you had to know you were hurting the people, pays attention. The sentence will be the same for you, as you know. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's how it should be here as well, but it's not. Not typically. There may be states that's different. Like, that's one of the things that frustrated me, is I was dealing with what is called a meridian nerve compression. Yeah, in the US. Yeah, I think there's state-by-state stuff that'll address it, but I don't believe it's on the federal level. I mean, don't get me wrong, if they could prove stuff things. Consequence should be worse to discourage it. Yeah. Well, that gets into the whole, okay, I'm just gonna go to the other side of the field. This is gonna be terrible. That's always the split. No, it's all good. Yeah, so I was dealing with the meridian nerve compression. And for those who don't know what that is, when you look at your hand, there's a spot in your wrist known as the carpal tunnel. It's a little gap in here. It's a little channel inside the bone that's like, they have the tendons and the nerves and all that, and they all go down to a little sheath right here, and that sheath runs up where it then separates out to your various muscles and all that kind of stuff. Now, where that sheath is called your median nerve. So with the median nerve compression, that is basically effectively a precursor of carpal tunnel syndrome. And what that actually boils down to mechanically is that sheath gets basically a cut on it. That because it's swollen, you know, the tendons going like this past it just seesaw through the edge of it. And it can be incredibly debilitating and painful when it gets all the way up to full carpal tunnel syndrome. So I was at the precursor phase, and, you know, I just wanted to do what I needed to do to get better. And you would have all these companies would say, no, you need to use our stuff because our stuff does X, Y, Z, and that's been proven to make this better. And then you have the other company goes, no, you don't do that stuff. That stuff is actively harmful to you. You need to do this other stuff. And at least one of them knew they were absolutely lying through their teeth. And at a minimum, were misrepresenting their product to a point that it didn't do anything, that it was totally useless. And one of them got caught, like, paying off a doctor and everything to make a bunch of claims that all of them lied. And that's very possible. And to me, I found that absolutely infuriating. Because it's like, I'm trying to do something to protect myself from having farther injury, to get better. I'm trying to do the right thing. I'm trying to do the research and all that. And there isn't a path to getting the correct answer because, you know, there's all this money tied up in it. And the worst part is, what does that do with the confidence message? Yeah, no, and that's another thing, is it makes people not trust medicine when, by and large, you should trust your doctors. But it is one of those things that you have people who will do this kind of stuff. And like I said, for me, I'm like, oh, that should have That should have serious consequences when you get caught. Now, obviously, they may have done studies and it looked like it did the thing, and based on their data, it did, and they were properly run studies and all that kind of stuff. And there's some, like, they get it wrong because they lack the total picture, the total information, that there's a piece they're missing. And that happens in science all the time. That's normal science. You do experiments, you come up with results, and then someone goes, wait a second, I found a situation where your hypothesis is wrong. And then you go through and you do new tests and studies. You go, okay, we got a better definition, and then it's more right and all that. And then, you know, someone else will find a nuanced thing, and, you know, it advances and gets better and better and better. Because all science is having an understanding of the world around you. So, like, once upon a time, we used Newtonian physics for, like, actual work. Newtonian physics are horrifically inaccurate. They're arguably not even fully correct in principle. But they were good enough at the time. But now we have much, much better understanding, so a lot of those things, we have better versions of those theories and hypotheses that get down into more nitty-gritty detail and all that. But it is just one of those things that, you know, there's that, so you can't just penalize everyone who gets it wrong, because no one be willing to put their name on anything, because it is the nature of these things is we gain more and more knowledge over time, and we're gonna get stuff wrong. And so you don't want to discourage that, but at the same time, when people are willingly doing it, you know, the book should hit them, you know, the book should hit them through the wall so hard when it's deliberately and maliciously wrong for lining your pocket. So then, another thing they find weird is the statistician is adverts to prescription medicine. I think he means states, to just autocorrect get you real bad. States. Why would you ask your doctor? Oh yeah, no, I do not like that medications can be advertised here, because there is so many of those advertisements that are just straight up fear mongering. Like, I really... Al Gore, we're looking at you? Al Gore what? I'm sorry, I'm missing something with that. And let's try to avoid getting into any specific individuals or specific political parties or specific that, because that'll just open where people get on the defensive. We no longer have a rational conversation. Because then it becomes, you know, them versus us. So I don't mind having the larger discussion about the issues going on. But it's when you get down to individual names or individual parties or individual companies that things get murky. Companies not as much. I missed your statement because I'm, you know, like, well, some of these issues are going to be like everything's political. He said the state of California be underwater entirely. I have no idea what that had to do with anything. A lot of people say dumb things. Yes, the U.S. seems like stranger, i.e. that I was told by a doctor that allowed to get kickbacks from company who's messing. Yep. No, I mean, that's like it being like that's a thing. It actually is a thing that there were doctors who can get affiliate type things with mess. I don't know if that's still legal, and I know some states have laws against it. Yeah, so that's fine. There's a deliberate separation in the United States that makes sense. The United States that doesn't. As they are good things the states too. If you want, I can stop doing that. I'm sorry. I'm missing stuff. What? Another thing is that states is advertised. Oh yeah. I'm so confused. I missed something contextually there. No, it's a deliberate separation in the United States that makes sense. The United States that doesn't. They incest. Oh, Stastan. Oh, it's like a different place. Sorry. I'm just like, I am so lost. I thought it was a typo, and I was just like, what? Okay, I think I'm on the same page now. Sorry, I'm having problems keeping up. My last year, dad was diagnosed with Lewy body dementia. And needless to say, we were devastated, and the future's held. The next thing we know, the hospital called our physician, the complications. Oh yeah, no, that happens. This is gonna get to like, we won't dig into this too far on what I'm gonna say next, but my father's been fighting cancer. Like that was the thing I alluded to that's going on, and it's unfortunately not going well. But we won't dig into that farther. But when we originally had the prognosis, the doctor was basically like, get your papers in order. Like this is over. Like that was like how bad it was. And fortunately, we still went like with the treatment and all that, and the particular strain responded really well. So things really improved. Hey, thanks so much for the raid, Sui. But we're the reason they're saying bad timing was we were having a momentary like serious chat moment. So I apologize about that. For those who don't know, Sui, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Can I get a shout out for Sui? I did not catch. Was today a Final Fantasy 14 day or one of the other days? I can't remember if it was like Wednesday or Thursday. I know one of those was your Final Fantasy 14 days. But for those who don't know, so absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform, plays a whole range of games, has done like Project Zomboid, Final Fantasy 14, yeah, My Time at Sandrock. Oh, Final Fantasy 14, got burned out, fair enough. My Time at Sandrock and all that, yeah, My Time at Sandrock is an excellent time. Yeah, no, we were, but yeah, so definitely drop a follow over there, good times over there. We weren't digging into it too much, but we were talking about aging family health things. Like I was avoiding saying something kind of thing earlier, and then there was a topic related to it that got brought up. But we don't need to delve into that farther. Like I deliberately didn't want to delve into too far, just setting it up that basically an initial prognosis was grim, ended up improving. That said, time and age is a pain. But we'll get on to happier topics, because I think we got the point across and all that kind of stuff with that. Like, it was nothing bad. It's just going that. Didn't have work today, so thought I'd sneak a stream in. Nice. But it was just relevant to the topic and all that kind of stuff. But yeah. It is one of those things that sometimes, you know, diagnoses happen and they get revisited, and biology's complicated. Is the way I'll put it. Is biology's complicated. And it's even stuff that isn't complicated in that nature, like IT, you get stuff wrong because the symptoms you see of the problem are completely unrelated. I'm hoping to snag a job in the morning, but seeing nothing yet. It's been weird to hope a teacher gets sick. Yeah. Yeah, I can imagine. There's always that thing of, like, it's the same kind of thing with, like, emergency services. You know, at one point, you're like, okay, like, if I'm not needed, it's very hard for me to justify my job, but I also really hope I'm not needed. So there's, like, the really, really thing. No, I don't mind the occasional deep talk. We've done this before. It is one of those things that and it doesn't, like, we don't have like a strict like no politics rules or anything kind of thing. It has to be civil, and we deliberately have a thing about like don't say political parties, don't say name of individuals, that kind of stuff, because the moment you kind of cross that line, it stops being a productive discourse. It ends up being, you know, them versus us kind of things, versus like talking about broad things. So winter break starts on Monday and runs the middle of January in your district. Yeah, that sounds about right. You have your 2-3 weeks off for winter break, and then, you know, then you usually have like a week off for spring, because I'm assuming this is oh, I forget the terms. It's been too long since I've dealt with grade school. basically you have year-round school and then the other one, and I'm blanking on the other one. What it's actually called. I think they just call it like traditional or whatever. You only get paid as needed. Yeah. It can be pretty rough as a sub. Any big plans for Christmas? So for me, we're visiting my folks because they live about an hour away. So that's the reasons why there will not be a stream. I won't be streaming on Christmas Eve because I won't be able. And I do believe I will be streaming on Christmas Day. It is possible it'll go late. And that's like, I'm not going to short my time with my family, with especially the last thing I had mentioned before Sui rated about, you know, family not doing well. Realistically, this will be the last year I have, so, you know, gonna use every little bit of it I can. So it's like, it's particularly a big thing this year. That said, realistically, more than what will happen with everything going on is it'll probably start a little late at the most, if not on time. Realistically. Because, you know, with all that going on, he'll probably be sleepy time by the time that goes around. You get paid $220 per day or $110 for half day, and the pay is really good, and usually there's a gig every day. That doesn't sound too bad. I know when I was a college instructor I was getting paid a little bit more, but not that much more. And that had a whole mountain of crap I had to deal with. God, the reporting I had to deal with in that job. Like, it was a good thing I had to do the reporting in the job, but it was also one of those things that your day would be over and it'd just be beginning and you're not getting paid for the rest of the part because you're just doing paperwork. Yeah. No, it's something that I've come to terms with because, as I mentioned, the original prognosis was really, really, really grim. So I've done the whole thing where I thought I said the last goodbye enough times that you're just kind of in the waiting room, which isn't a good place to be, but it also, I'm about as ready for it as you can be. But yeah, we can circle away from that. You also get paid monthly, 30 days after you make the money, and so at about 10 days you get paid for all your November ships. Gotcha. Yeah, mine was twice a month. Time to get another job and not tell the school when they need a sub. I'd love to come in and help, but due to lack of work, that stuff does happen. And it's a difficult thing, like, okay, you need the people to be available, but the people need to make a living. And it's always a hard juggle on that kind of stuff. Trying to find a job in tech? Gotcha. You know, as a TA in an engineering college is a nightmare. You have to grade physics equations and calculus. Yeah, mine wasn't anything that bad. I taught computer repair, advanced computer repair, and CompTIA A+ certification at a college for my proper in-classroom teaching, where I had the mountain of paperwork I had to do and all that. Where I had to keep, like, it was so stupid that I had to keep attendance. I really was annoyed that it's like college level and you have to keep attendance. Like, really? They're paying. If they don't show up, that's an expletive them problem. And the answer is because scholarships and all that. You know, if you weren't showing up, that they would pull the scholarship on people, which is fair, but it's like, okay, come on, man. What does Lurk do? Lurk just, you know, thanks people for lurking. It's just a way that they can be like, hey, I'm still here, but, you know, I'm not gonna be responding. I'm just listening and vibing. I'm not gonna be in chat. It's announcing that you're gonna lurk, is what lurk is. At this point, just don't make me code or make it remote and you're happy. Yeah, I mean, okay, so you're looking for like a technician kind of job maybe a DBA, which, I mean, I guess it depends on what you define as coding. Like DBA, they do some database stuff, but it's not. I mean, it depends. Like you write T-SQL, and that is coding. But I find they do a lot more maintenance and all that. Project management of database. Well, there's never a shortage of need for DBAs. Like, don't get me wrong. Like right now, it's probably hard. Like, not people are going to be hiring right this second. But after people get back in from New Year's and all that, DBAs will probably be something that, like, not having much experience will be a thing that'll be rough. But you might be able to find smaller companies willing to take a chance. Most of your classes were DBA? Oh, you already got coursework? Okay, that'll work for you. Yeah, no, if you've already got like coursework and everything, that'll help. It was like getting into DBA without formal experience or coursework would have been a hard sell. But if you've got like, you know, a degree certification, or you can show you've got training or whatever, that's a totally different thing. That'll make it a lot easier. Usually the small to medium companies are the ones that are easier to get into when you don't have a lot of experience, because admittedly they don't pay as much, but it means they also don't get to be as picky about who they hire. Project management is a little bit more competitive. Delta Goose says, you're being like 90% lurker currently, to be honest. You're like 0 waking still. I listened to Rual talking while playing House Flipper 2. Yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like that's a lot of people do. I need to actually stop and use a restroom here at some point and grab myself a drink, but I'm in just like go mode. I don't want to stop in the middle of the field, because this is the point I would turn on the AI, let you all watch the AI cruise around for a minute. And then, you know, pick back up. I have that wrong. You know, why am I pushing this so far in the night? Like, I've got literal in-game months to deal with that. Till I can plant the canola again, or soybean, or whatever. We're going into winter, and I can't plant anything in winter. Now we need that money. Alright, so what I'm going to quickly do, chat, for just a minute, is I'm going to go ahead and put up my away screen while I grab myself a drink, stretch my legs, use the restroom, all that stuff. It's perfect timing because the ad is starting too at the same moment, so sorry the ads are what they are, but free internet ain't free, unfortunately. But with all that sort of stuff, so we'll let the ad break happen. I'll use the restroom. It's a good time to stretch your legs. Make sure you hydrate yourselves, and if you need a snack, go get yourself a snack. Alright, I'll be back here in just a minute, so thank you again for tuning in. Don't mind me.
You.
I have been kicked from the server due to malformed packet detected as I'm being grabbed.
Hey, you didn't
That's
get
fortunate.
grabbed.
Alright, well, let's see what happens.
I'll check it in.
I said, we'll see what happens when I come back.
I
I
killed
was
the
just like,
zombie that was grabbing.
oh, nice. On my screen, I'm like, oh no, I totally did not get that runoff on time. That's one of the things that irks me, is like, I do try and keep right, but like, you know, there'll be someone going slow and you'll start passing them, and it's just, no. Don't worry about it. I should have just taken the wrong turn. I misread my GPS, and that was the thing. Engine malfunction? I think that's the first time I've had that. For the record, I actually think that might be the hardest collision I've done in this game so far. You know that wreck? That wreck I mentioned? You might get to keep that wreck. I think that wreck belongs to you. Don't let him know, chat.
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Don't tell him, chat. He thinks we're leaving. He thinks we're leaving, chat. He'll never know. pretty sure he very much knows. Oh, you scared the crap out of me, Sand Shark. I think it is. Okay, and I am back. Yeah, that first clip you heard was actually me and Sui and a few others doing a collaborative play in Project Zomboid. So that gives you an idea of like some of that we were playing Project Zomboid, and we were in the military base, a secret military base hidden in the far bottom left. Because I'm pretty sure that was Sui's first time down there, if I remember correctly. Which that place straight up murders you. Don't hold your poops. Oh, it's nothing like that. It's just need to do that, wash hands, all that. Now we gotta go back to Sesame Street back in the day. You know, Elmo, whatever, was like, when you've gotta go, you've gotta go. Need a refresher course on Sesame Street. It's been a little while. Been a couple of days since the last time I saw anything Sesame Street. I could spoil things, but I'm not gonna. We got fun stuff coming up here. So as a reminder of a couple things going on Twitch right now, subs and subbing and resubbing to the channels is 25% off. That does not count for gifted subs. Gifted subs will have that sale, but on the 27th is second. So if you are someone who is, you know, going to be subbing for a period in the future, take advantage of that. Like, just save 25%. It doesn't hurt me in any way. Like, we're being, like, as the creators, we're being paid as if it's the full amount. Twitch is eating the difference. So, you know, just go ahead and reach right into Jeff Bezos' pocket on that one. It was a terrible thing. I should have gone this way. It's probably fine. It's not as fine as I previously thought it was going to be. It's fine. Maybe. There you go. I'll have to go back and forth on that one. That rock is super inconvenient. But we got that going on. We have submitted, well, commissioned. We have commissioned the next 6 emotes being added to the channel. Those won't be super long away. They'll be before the end of the year, because that's literally the deadline the artists set themselves before the end of the year. But they've been making really good time. I got to see the rough drafts of the new emotes. The first, it's 6 out of, like, eventually we're gonna get like 22 new emotes or something like that, because Twitch gave us so many freaking slots, which we where's your rock picker when you need it? Yeah, we'll just rock picker that thing up. So we got the new emotes coming, so that's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm excited to share those, and I won't spoil them. And then there is a big announcement happening on the channel on Friday. It'll probably be pretty much right at the beginning of the stream. We'll do like our intro time. It'll probably be within a couple minutes of that ending. And that's that super secret announcement I've been talking about that's been coming up for a long time. It's all fun stuff. It has to do with streaming, so there's no baby Rual or whatever on the way. There's all that kind of good stuff, but it's related to streaming. No, we're not getting some new sponsor or some nonsense. I'm not gonna be trying to convince you to buy some product or anything like that. It'll be fun. I'm not gonna say more about it because I do not want to accidentally reveal it by people asking lots of questions and all that kind of stuff. But you get the idea. So yeah, so don't worry, the Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship won't be a whole thing. But yeah, no, it's not anything sponsor, affiliate, or anything like that. Which, I know I say it every single time it comes up, I actually don't blame people who do take those kinds of sponsorship and affiliate programs. Everyone's fighting their own battles, and if it comes between making rent and not making rent, like, you make rent. If that means you gotta shill a little, you make rent. Hopefully people understand. And also just on top of that, like, you know, getting yourself a little bit of money set aside to protect your well-being and all that. And for the record, I haven't taken those sponsorships and all that, but like I have no judgment against those who do. That said, do I think it's a good game? No. I think those games are predatory as hell. But, you know, sometimes people gotta do what they don't want. That was, I had a website, and I won't say names. I had a website who, they're a source I get keys and the occasional sponsorship through. And I mean the very occasional sponsorship through. They're not one of the places I've had any reliable stuff happen through. And they were sending out a survey, basically like, hey, what do you think about these mobile games? Should we be considering these on the platform? And to say I was like, no, was being very, very kind. I was like, really like, no, absolutely not. I don't need you to be full of a whole bunch of these like mobile games I have to sift through who are all trying to push NFTs or, you know, like all sorts of gotcha nonsense where you're just trying to create brand new addicts to take advantage of and separate from their money and all that. Like, no, like 100%, this would be a huge negative in my book if you're going to offer that kind of stuff. So hopefully others gave similar feedback so that they're like, yeah, let's not do this. Because the sponsors I like to run when I get the choice, I very much am a fan of running like whatever new indie game is coming out, checking it out, doing it on a channel, even if it ends up not being good or whatever, like getting to sit there and, you know, check it out, be like, oh, here's this new city builder, let's see how good it is. You know, like, and you don't, like, it's not, I won't ever misrepresent a game, but it's kind of one of those things that you can be honest about a game without being mean. Like, you'd be like, hey, you know what? I like the art style of this game, but like the main game loop is a little dry or is a little slow, and you could do that and represent the product in an honest and accurate way that people can make an informed decision without being an absolute troll about it. Because you know what's gonna not get you any sponsorships? If you're a total jerk about things. But are people gonna buy it if they sit there and they watch you play and it's kind of No. But that's the game's problem for being that way. But like, you don't dump on it. It's kind of the whole, if you don't have something nice to say about it, don't say anything. You're leaving a line? Yeah, no, it wasn't, like, the plow isn't wide enough to do everything, so I have to clean up. That's fine. Luckily, most of those sponsorships, they don't even ask you to do that. Like, really, they ask you to talk about whatever the new thing for their game is. They're like, if it's an update, they'll be like, hey, you know, please talk about, like, the new part of the map. And most of the time, like, whether or not people like the game or all that, you can discuss the new part of the map. It's like, the new part of the map is solid, am I right? Oh, wait, do I need to harvest that? No, you're not ready to harvest. When do I harvest these? It was soybeans, and I don't remember. Soybeans and wheat. Wait. Okay, that is ready to harvest. The game's not telling me it's ready to harvest on the map, but it is ready to harvest. So let me go just touch this one up, and we're going to go ahead and harvest our wheat. And now we're going to upset everyone in chat as we drag a line across the field going the opposite direction of all the other lines. You're welcome. Don't blame me, blame the rock. Mr. Johnson knows what he's done. I blame you, Rual. I mean, that's fair. I did choose to end the field at that specific spot. So let's get more money, chat. This isn't going to be nearly as much money as all that canola was. Wheat's worth not as much. And I believe I didn't do quite as good of a job of fertilizing this field compared to the other ones. But it's still money. I only planted this field because I didn't have enough time to prep these other fields. Like, prep this field and that other field in time for what I wanted to harvest, wanted to plant. So we just shoved whatever plant I could fit in here in the time we had. Raul chose violence today? It happens. There are just some days you embrace chaos. Hey, FG, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for FG Squared, please? For those who don't know FG Squared, another fantastic content creator on the platform. We had a lot of people dropping in here today. But, absolutely fantastic. Also plays a variety of games. So has lately been playing lots of RimWorld among other indie titles. So if you're ever looking for someone who just goes through a whole range of indie titles, and RimWorld, definitely you can find it over there. There's been many games that you've probably seen on this channel that you will also have found over there. So very, very similar content between the two of us. So definitely check them out, drop a follow, do all those things. Wow, calling out your diction like that? Look, we didn't let you know in advance, FG. We were actually expecting you tonight. This is an intervention. No. I mean, I've been playing a lot of RimWorld as well, so I got no ground to stand on. Imagine if someone, like, actually did that. Like, just, I mean, it'd be completely uncool. Like, don't do that. But, like, genuinely, it's like, alright, this person, they're not a content creator, they always pop in my chat around this time. When they pop in, we need to talk to about this problem. Like, have a serious conversation about this problem. My god. That is when you end a friendship. That is when you end a friendship right then and there. Even if they have your best interest in mind, there's a way to do things. That is not it. I don't necessarily know what the right way is, but I can sure point at the wrong way. Like, I could see if you were going to do that, like, type of thing, getting, like, a handful, like, if you're someone who, like, their friends or other content creators, you know, being like, hey, you know, I need you to pop on Discord real fast. Like, we need to have a chat about something. And then doing, like, I'm not an I don't think an intervention's usually an effective strategy, honestly. But if you were to take that strategy, grab, like, the 3 or 4 or 5 people you know are close to them and do that kind of thing. I still think it's a bad approach, but I also understand that when all else fails, but, you know, definitely don't make it a public thing. Because they're liable to never talk to you again. And I would actually feel they're kind of justified in it. But yeah, no, it's been going good. What do we have on the docket today, if you don't mind asking me, FG? If you need to, like, do prep lurky stuff, by all means, just let me know. But it's like, what do we got going on today? Because for those who don't know, FG streams directly after I wrap up, which works perfectly. Because it's one of the reasons why you'll often find me over there. I mean, other than the fact that the content's great and I tune in. But we often go that direction. You know, it'd be a good game for a server? Eco? I have not played Hiko. I have heard a lot of good things. I've heard that one is another one that can be grindy. I mean, honestly, most of those games are grindy. We were talking about addiction. Right, so, yeah, so you're doing the Thrumbo colony, as I recall, where everything is Thrumbo. They're trying to get as many Thrombo as possible. Your people are Thrombo. Their ideology is Thrombo. And, I mean, I don't know how deep the Thrombo well goes, but it goes pretty deep. See, I know FG chooses 5 minutes before stream what she plays. Oh, don't call me out on that. I do the same thing quite often. I've actually been pretty good about it. Like, the last couple of days I've been waffling about it. That, it's, I mentioned a couple times during the stream, I've taken a couple days off my Rimworld run because I've been messing with Medieval Dynasty. And I don't want to leave the Arco Nexus run we've got nearing the end alone too long, because then, people fall out of interest of it and all that, and you forget what the heck you're doing, and yada yada yada, ADHD things. But, it is a thing that going back after you stayed away too long becomes a negative, and you don't want to also, like, abandon a run that people are really invested in, because that will also upset people. So it's not that I feel obligated to do it. It's also one of those things that are like, okay, I really do need to put it back. Like, I need to get it on the schedule for all these days soon. But the next 2 streams won't be Rimworld, so you're justified. Yeah, like 2 days ago, I was like, okay, like, we're probably gonna do Rimworld, and like, not even 15 minutes before stream, I was like, you know what? Medieval Dynasty is actually doing relatively well on Twitch because it just had an upgrade. I kept saying at some point I was going to go back and give it a proper checkout, because once I played it briefly, I was like, okay, this is interesting, but I see this was a absolute time sink, and like, it's really not a good time for me to be checking this game out on Twitch just because it was like really, really in a slump at the moment. And like that individual stream also didn't do particularly great on numbers and all that. I'm like, okay, but this is a game that feels good, that I do see checking this out when it's a good time. And then I checked it out yesterday, and I'm like, okay, I'm having a really good time, and people seem to be enjoying it. Yeah, let's do more of it. And poor Rimworld just got kicked right out of the way. That Medieval Dynasty just stepped in and says, my show for now. But I need to not leave Rimworld alone long enough that no one remembers what the heck was going on in that colony. So I gotta get back, because we hit our 3rd reset. We're literally on that last stretch where we do the last reset of the colony, and then, do the last secret thing to wrap up the Arco Nexus run. And then that run's done, and then I wouldn't mind Rimworld, going on the back burner for a little while, because at least I'm not leaving something half done. The new map is so good, but to be honest, the co-op is better. Yeah, no, I've been enjoying the new map. I don't know the old map well enough to really have a strong opinion between the maps, but I am enjoying the map we found. And I'm sure with multiple people, it's probably, most of those games are. It's kind of those things, I don't do a lot of multiplayer content. I do some, and I'm down to do it, but I don't think it'll ever be like the main thing I do on the channel, or like super duper often. But like, we've done American Truck Simulator with, like, Sui the other day. I would be down with doing American Truck Simulator with some of the other creators I know in my circles. There is talk going on that is probably going to happen about one of the circles of content creators that, it's mostly people that I know from Project Zomboid, about setting up a farm sim server, which I wouldn't even say I'm the instigator of it, but I'm absolutely on board. About setting up a farming simulator server with all of our communities to see how that goes. I am very curious of how that's going to turn out. It's certainly going to be an experience. Is it going to be chaos? I don't know. Is it going to be chill? I don't know. It's something new. So we'll see. And I also, like, once I have a better idea of what we're talking about, I'm probably going to invite other creators I know as well. Wink, wink. It annoys you that you can't get achievements in multiplayer Farm Sim? I did not know that. I could have sworn I have. I could be totally wrong, because I haven't been paying attention, because I didn't... Oh, you and Lexa played Construction Simulator? I played that on stream for the Dare Drop, and I had a relatively good time. I definitely ran into some bugginess with like certain things that like I didn't know what it wanted from me and then couldn't get out of. Which, you know, then it was just a matter of figuring things out. It's basically I did stuff out of order and it wasn't letting me correct myself until I like it really came across. And it was one of those ones like, okay, like I'm having a decent time and all that, but this feels 100% like a game I need a second person, if not more. That like I could absolutely see like doing, like I was doing the Space Center map as well for the Dare Drop. I didn't do the Research Center. I was doing, I believe, the VAB, the Vehicle Assembly Building. So I was also digging a really big hole for a while. I ended up advancing time while on stream so people could see more of the variety of content. But I was like, you know, I was like, I could just dig this hole. Like, honestly, I can sit here just for the next couple of hours and just dig this hole and have a great time. But I also understood it was probably not the most entertaining thing to watch me dig a hole. The entire Dare Drop stream was digging the hole. Excellent. There's a... You flipped the dump truck trying to get asphalt? Yeah. Oh, I did a couple things. Like, I went to load a crate onto a truck, and it was kind of clipping with another one, and physics happened, and we definitely made a crate into a very powerful projectile, because physics. And let's see, what else did we do? I definitely was digging the hole and not like, you know, the idea is you get a dump truck or something and, you know, you have the person pull up the dump truck, you get your dirt, you dump it in the truck, you get your dirt, dump it in the truck, it fills up, you take it wherever the heck you're supposed to. And I was like, I wonder, and just this big old scoop of dirt went right to the edge, like to the construction zone, just dumped it outside the construction zone. I was like, no consequences. Here's our new way of dealing with dirt now. Just huck the dirt right over the fence. That's someone else's problem. Illegal dumping. Oh, I need to actually empty this. I'm glad I noticed right before we got full. It's hard to hop AFK, yeah. It's scary and you get to deep worries. You just hope that it was nothing that worries to stop. Turns out not. Maybe the test after medication before your dad stopped. Oh, I missed the entire thing of that. But yeah. Nah, you gotta sell the dirt to make tons of money. Can you sell the dirt? I mean, I'm kind of sad as missing the dirt. I was assuming I had to dump the dirt. Oh no. I didn't know. I was illegally dumping it. Because the thought of taking the time and driving it half across the island was just not my thing. You don't even have to go to the dump to sell. Oh, you just like load the truck and be like, get rid of it. Excellent. Oh, good. His potential deed that John's father got. Oh, okay. Turned out to complication yeah, no, that happens. Yeah, you get like 7.5 thousand per dump truck. Interesting. Gotcha. Yeah, and that was the thing. Is like, all right, I know it's not referring to what I was talking about because, none of that would make sense. Yeah, no, I gotcha. About an earlier topic. Yep. You know, I've been enjoying this challenge. I could see getting people together for a lot of these games, like getting groups fit. Like I'm looking forward to see what happens with that that farm sim server, which I won't be running it. I don't have any partners with that, like partnerships with any server hosting things, and I know a bunch of people in the group do, so I have no problems chipping in to be fair about it. But they should both demonstrate to their sponsor that they're going to do it, and also, let's save some money. Because what's better than getting that kind of stuff set up is getting it set up and paying less for it. Yeah, no, 7,500 for a truck of dirt. I mean, you're making more money than that in profit than I'm making selling my stuff here. Like, I'm expecting this field to probably be 6,500 or so in revenue. And then by the time you get gas and maintenance and all that in here, not going to be nearly that much. Why am I selling crops, chat? I should be selling dirt. I understand it's a totally different game, but come on. We could go into the dirt business. I also need to remember to check the greenhouses to make sure we're not overfilling them. I gotta make sure they keep running. Bites a whole Kit Kat without breaking it at the seam. Dirt business sounds criminal. Yeah, it's a dirty business. Not like in the criminal enterprise. It's a dirty business as in literal dirt. That's what we do here. That's not a thing as far as I'm aware in this game, by the way. You can... I think the one that amuses me the most is you can have a business where you mow grass and sell the grass. That is a totally viable way of playing this game. It can actually be fairly lucrative too. Which amuses me, even though it is actually a thing that happens because you use it for like animal feed and everything. But just the thought of effectively mowing the grass, collecting the grass clippings, and selling those, just, I don't know why, amuses me so greatly. Like, I understand a lot more if it's like sod where you're growing the grass and you cut out your rectangles of that and then you sell like the rolls of those. So, you know, people can redo their lawn when their lawn gets all killed and all that, you know, from various issues or dug up or whatever. Like if they're having a septic tank installed or removed, or, you know, if they get rid of a pool, because that actually happens. That's been a thing that's been a trend here a lot, is it used to be absolutely everyone wanted to have a pool on their house. And a whole lot of people are going, this thing's an absolute money pit. So there's a lot of people who, when they're house shopping, they want to buy a house, and they'll have a house that comes with a pool that's not in a great state of repair, and they're like, but I don't want a pool. But the house is, you know, a good enough deal, and they get a hold of it, they're like, alright, well, what's it going to take me to get rid of this pool? And so a lot of times what they'll do is they'll literally just fill the pool up with sod and, like, put a layer over it, so that, you know... Well, I don't actually know what they fill the pool up with itself, but, they'll just go in and they'll put topsoil over the whole top of it, just, like, raise the lawn a couple of inches. Very much, I don't want it. I'm going to detach all the plumbing, and I'm just going to fill it in, pretend it's not there. I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff they do to make sure it won't create sinkholes and all that down the road. That was, I was joking with Tomb that we talked about, like, if we ever had to move, like, one of us got a job where we had to relocate or whatever, and the only house we could find had a pool, like, what would we do? I'm like, I'm filling that crap in with, like, dirt and gravel, and it's going to be a planter. Because I'm down to grow plants. What I'm not down to do is take care of a pool. I've done that. I have no interest in doing that ever again. It is a lot of work, and it's really expensive to keep a pool. And for those who love pools and all that, more power to you, you can have it. I'm not saying pools are inherently bad or wrong or anything like that. It's a lot of maintenance that I personally don't want to do. When I first moved to a house that had a pool, I used it a whole bunch, and then when it lost its, like, novelty, I didn't really use it very much. Not enough to warrant all the headaches they were. Alright, so we got about half a trailer full of wheat. I don't actually expect this, you know, so half a trailer of wheat, I'm gonna guess, ooh, how much do I think this is worth? I'm going to go with 5,500. That's my guess. 5,500 is what I'm guessing this is worth. I'll probably be slightly disappointed. I think realistically it could be anywhere from 4.5 to like 6, but I would guess 5.5. At which point we'll plow that field as well. How long do I have before I need to plant the next thing? Because I'm not doing the weaned barley this time. I'm going to save up for the soybeans because that'll give me a bit more money. So we're just going to go straight beeline for more soybeans. Because I had looked and I thought canola was the most money, and then I had, you know, I was hanging out with another content creator, and she was like, no, actually soybeans are better. And then, you know, and I hadn't even thought about soybeans as being in the same group as the grains and all that. And I was like, oh yeah, no, these are very much better. Like, these are way better. Canola oil is expensive. The problem is, I'm just doing canola. I'm not even getting the oil. I don't have that fancy oil machine. I would like the fancy oil machine, thank you, please. But we need 96,000. Oh, ow. 3.3 thousand. Ow. I was expecting way more than that. I mean, we're selling not at a good season. The problem is I don't have storage because that's going to cost us like 100,000. So I just have to sell it while it's available. Versus what I should do is if I had a silo, I'd have a big old silo. We would pull up all that, like, canola or whatever, and, you know, stash all that, and then just sit on it for, like, 6 months till the price skyrockets and then sell it. Okay. Do these fields say they need lime? I haven't looked. Nope, so they don't need lime yet. They still marked as needs rolling. I can buy the rollers now, but that'll set me back, like, all of my money. So I'm not going to do it. Not unless... Let's see, is it on sale? It is not. So we're not going to do it. If it was on sale, alright, I would potentially do it. I wouldn't be happy about it, but at the same time, it's like, no, it probably does make sense. But I do think right now the priority is get the granary. Get the granary, make it so my crops all make way more money, you know, per instance and all that. Basically, take my margins, make them big. Yeah, ironically, well, it's not really ironic. I mean, okay, so in real life, most crops, I shouldn't say most, your grains you can actually store well, but stuff like tomatoes and strawberries and all that, you can't just huck it in a cupboard, like you box it up and you just sit on it for like 6 months for the price to go up. So you do need to sell it relatively near harvest because, you know, people don't like moldy food for some reason. I really haven't figured it out. But grains are an exception because you can take grains and you can silo and all that. Yeah, and it makes sense in real life because everyone is harvesting the crop at the same time. It's going on the market at the same time. So you have an abundance of what's in season. And then when it's out season, you pay a premium because you're getting it for stuff like greenhouses and areas that, you know, they can grow that crop, what is not the normal season, and yada yada. But yeah, so I understand why I should probably not be going this way. I should be going horizontally because that rock, I've already started. We're committed. It's too far. All right. We're also pretty soon going to need to do our repair on this tractor. Does the orange juice produce hold in massive tanks for like up to a year? Concentrate, yep. Oh yeah, no, there's definitely some products you could do that. You could just toss it into storage and let it sit there for a while and it's totally fine. But there's also just as many products that you kind of have to sell it within a certain period of harvest that just don't keep well. Like, there's even products that they can't even really sell them because of how short their shelf life is. Like, for example, when you get, like, it's a cashew nut, which is actually a fruit, but, it actually grows out of the bottom of a thing that looks vaguely like a pear. And you can eat the pear part too, and it's supposed to actually be really tasty. But, like, it's really, really fragile, like, the skin is very thin, so it just kind of falls apart. So it's near impossible to ship. And then on top of that, from my understanding, within about 24 hours of it falling from the tree, it begins to like, it's already fermenting. So it's just one of those things that you just can't ship it. That's just, like, the issue. You just really cannot ship it. So it's, you know, it's perfectly edible crop that you can get. It's just, you know, people have to be willing and ready to consume it pretty much that day. Or it's just garbage. Do like bananas and ship it raw? You would end up with fermenting mash on the other side. You mean ship it under ripened? I have no. There's certain stuff that when you pick it, it stops ripening, and there's certain stuff you pick it ripens for a bit longer. It really depends on the plant. And I have absolutely no idea where cashew lands and all that. And it could be that the cashew, the little thing that hangs off the bottom, the nut, might be just worth way more than the fruit, even if you could do that. And you may not be able to get that bottom part if you did ship it early. I'm sure they've done all of the numbers about what makes more sense economically. Way more than I would do as just napkin math. One would hope. You heard math? It happens. Yeah, they also, other people that don't know, bananas are into murder. They ripen, they release the ripen chemical in the air, ripening everything around them. Oh yeah, there's actually a lot of plants do it. Apples do that. If you have one apple that gets overripe, it just straight up ruin the apples nearby real fast. There's a lot of plants who do that. And that actually can be a strategic thing for the plant. That way, you know, the apples that fall on the ground, they begin to ripen really fast. So there's like less likely to have a bunch of apple trees all plant themselves in the same spot, so that they don't end up competing themselves to death. There's like an evolutionary pressure as to why that works. That's advantageous to apples. It also tends to make them smell a lot more, so more critters will eat them. You know, causing the apples to get, you know, get put in the ground and all that through various animal means. I've used the math to best calculate crops in Stardew Valley Expanded. If you like math, you might like EVE Online. I used to play entirely too much EVE Online. EVE Online might still be my most played game of all time. I'll never know, because I don't know the hours I put into it. But I definitely used to be one who would run multiple accounts simultaneously and all that kind of stuff. I had like the manufacturing account, the mining account, the account I do agent running with two different factions. I had my PvP accounts, both like one that was a capital ship account and one that was a like I'd run whatever ship people needed, but usually I was running hacks, which are the heavy assault cruisers. Or no, what was it? Interdictors. That's right. I moved from those to interdictors. So my job was to grab like the big valuable ship and just latch onto it and be like, you're not going anywhere. Me and you are staying here. And like everyone else, I can't like it wasn't whatever the ship was. It was the one that's the equivalent of a hack, but it was just a thing that you basically could shut down someone's ability to leave. So you just grab it and be like, you stay. We're like, me and you are staying here. And me and you are staying here till one of the two of us are dead. No, the Interceptor's the little one, the really fast little one. I think it was it Interdictor? Yeah, Heavy Interdictor. Yes, that's the one I like to fly in the most when you got to really big fleet ops, because it was just one of those things. You would sit there, you'd lock out, like you get into position, you get them grabbed, and you would just drag something to cover your life bar, because that was no longer in your hands. You just ran your modules, you just tried to make sure your positioning was good, that people didn't bounce you off your target, so it was more like how you steered your ship. And you just sat there and just been like, well, whether or not I live or die is not in my hands anymore. I've done my job. I've grabbed this person who's got a way more valuable ship than me, and I've anchored them in place. And you know, now it's on my buddies to keep me from dying or killing it first. When an interdictor work, AoE work too? Yeah, but those have a timer. And when you're talking those really, really, really big fleet ops, you can have targets of, like, priority targets. Like, you knew the big, like, back in the day when Titans were, like, super duper duper rare, grabbing a Titan and holding in the field, like, people would throw everything to try and get that Titan either killed or get it out. So you didn't want to depend on the little ball thing. Like, don't get me wrong, I also use the little ball thing too. It depended on the engagement you're dealing with. You also had times that you wanted to grab the Titan, but you wanted your own people to be able to jump in and out of the field, like the fight when you had the numbers. So you would hold the Titan there, and as people in your group would get damaged, they would bail from the fight, you know, to your point where you'd have people like patching them up, those kind of things, and you just have basically rotating people, like keeping you alive and, you know, whittling down the Titan and all that, while, you know, again, you just latch on to them and it's just the two of you. But that's when you had, like, not a huge fleet engagement, but you had, like, numbers but not the strength, so you had a bunch of smaller ships kind of deal. When I'm saying small, we're talking like battleships and cruisers. It's been a long time. EVE Online stream when? I haven't been subbed to EVE in a pretty long time. I used to play it a lot, but there was eventually a point where I started to kind of burn out on it. And that was like after years and years and years. I had played since beta and played, like, I played heavily all the way to the point that the big carriers came out. Like, I had played with no real breaks all the way up to that point. Like daily, multiple counts at a time. And then I took like a big break from the game for a while, and I came back. Not just the regular fleet carriers, the motherships, the big fleet carriers. That's a time like when those came out, because to me the capital ships and the player-owned stations really kind of changed the dynamic to the game. That, in my opinion, not for the better. Because there was no more, like, sneaking into 0-0, covert stuff like that. It was very, you stood up and fight. You still had ghost fleets that go and harass people who are trying to mine or, you know, do whatever. Yeah, super carrier. But yeah. Because I had a carrier pilot. But even then, I didn't like way... It was more the player-owned stations than anything. That where you could lock down a system, like cover the gate with all sorts of turrets and all that, and have sovereignty and all those mechanics. To me, that was kind of the point that EVE stopped being nearly as fun. Like, don't get me wrong, it had more meaningful stakes and all that, so I get why people love it. But for me, I was all the one who either did, like I mentioned, that kind of like major fleet op where I would do those kind of things, that I would be, you know, the instrumental one, like, again, grab the high-value target, lock it down, you know, and have the skills to back it up. Or I would be, like, the lone pilot who kind of go out into, like, deep space and hit and run people kind of stuff. Like, back before they nerfed the way all the guns work, I used to ride around in an Armageddon that... Back before the nerf to, like, CPUs, my entire lower ones are nothing but the best CPUs, or best heat sinks in the game. And I would only run as, like, 2 or 3 mega cannons is all about, or mega lasers is all I could run on it, because of the CPU limitation. No no batteries or anything like, or it was I had batteries but no of the injectors because it didn't matter. And I think I had it something as like you get up to 28 times damage per gun at a fire rate of like 0.2 or 0.1 or something like that. Shots per second. So it'd be this solid, like, it was like the Star Trek beam would just follow people. And it didn't matter who you were. I would just liquefy your ship in like seconds. And then I'd have nothing left to give to the fight. Because it would have just burned my entire energy. But I would get behind enemy lines. I'd get like 3-4 ships that pop on me, like cruisers and all that, thinking they got me. And just quickly just melt the whole group down in seconds and then get away. The only thing that was like the big counter for me was when they shut down your targeting, but most people were too dumb to do that. Yeah, it was 100% Alpha Strike, but that's what you need when you're going to be doing harassing stuff behind enemy lines. You had to get in, do your damage, get out, because if you stuck around, the bandwagon was going to show up. But basically, I made it so whoever we were at war with could never peacefully make money. Because I would show up in their money-making system, I'd take out 2 or 3 ships, get out of dodge, you know, wait some random interval of time, pop back out, get 2 or 3 ships, and I would just, like, stay in system, just endlessly harassing them. And it's, I wouldn't do the thing where I, like, you know, AFK'd the ship there for 2 or 3 hours or something like some people did. But, like, I would be there, but it would be, you know, I might wait 10 minutes, go after someone, I might jump out and, like, literally go right back in and go get another person. I might wait an hour-ish just hanging out, keeping an eye on things, and then, you know, go in and harass stuff. There are people who would, you know, when they add the cloak stuff, they'd cloak up and just AFK out there and make it so, you know, you always had to be antsy. I didn't like that. Like, I figured you actually needed to be at the helm for it to be okay. Until they made it so there's ways to start finding people cloaked, and then if you want to lose your ship, you can lose your ship if people are committed enough. They kind of replaced player and station with a series of stations people use nowadays. Yeah, and that was the big thing, is that, like, you could have an individual faction and they could cut off the entire thing. And they had to run, like, tons and tons and tons of logistics just to keep the whole thing online and all that. But it was basically one group of players could shut out entire areas of space to the entire community. And it's like, okay, like, don't get me wrong, for like the strategy game side of it, I understand the appeal. But for having a place where you didn't necessarily have to be in a big group, it made it very difficult to do stuff out there, because a lot of the stuff you could do to make money out in 0-0 was shut off to you and all that. Oh yeah, that's when torpedoes showed up by the thousands. Oh yeah, but all you did with this torpedo showing up by the thousands is the moment they started launching, you just jumped away, and it's like, okay, you just waste a bunch of money. Yeah. You despise station camps for people who didn't care if they died, but they would wait days for you to exit high sec to kill you. Oh yeah, notice there was always the choke point systems, like those were always, you knew you were going to be in for a fight unless you're like right at server reset. Or unless your group just cleared it out or whatever. How do you jump away the station? Oh, no, you're talking about destroying stations. Yeah, like where the torpedo meta for damage. Yep. The disco light show where it's just, you'd have the groups firing their lasers with all the rainbow colors, and then you'd have the people, like, popping all of their torpedoes. You have those rings of light going everywhere. So it's just like a complete rave happening outside the station. Yeah, no, I mean, HiSec had lots of problems where, here, I'm gonna drop this so I can gas up. You'd have lots of problems where, like, people would go in a ship that was worth less than their target, and they would just scorched earth, you know, smart bomb at the door of the station to just destroy the valuable ship. And so they'd do billions of currency of damage to you, and it only cost them a couple $100 million. And people got really efficient, so they could bring those costs down to them to really low amounts. Yeah, no, they started banning people for some of that stuff. That was back with the way the insurance used to work in the game. it was one of those things that the insurance plus the payout was worth more than your ship. So keeping your ship after the insurance expired was considered a waste. So, and what I mean by the insurance is your payout wasn't the full value of the ship, but the cost of insurance, the money you had put into it, then the payout was worth more than your ship. So if you had to like redo your insurance, it's almost like you wasted that money. So it's kind of like you had a free death when it was about to expire. So it used to be a whole thing that people would do is they would take, whatever ship they had insured and they'd go to like enemy space. They would fill the thing with the brim with like smart bombs or whatever, and then just throw it directly at the exit of the enemy station and just detonate. And smart bombs are these things that just kept exploding until you ran out of capacity or someone killed you. Or you turned them off. But, I definitely did that a number of times. Like, and it wasn't high sec. It was you'd go to enemy space and you'd shut down one of their stations until they managed to get people to pry you off of it. Because the moment someone got out, you blast. Or you go directly on top of their gates and you just blast whoever popped through who wasn't expecting you. They fixed that nonsense. And that was, they fixed the insurance. Because it was the whole thing that, like, killing your ship was effectively more economical than not killing your ship. You like the Microsoft Alliance? You're usually their top carriers firing the EMP torps in your landing hangar to get the station flip. Oh yeah, none of that. Like that all was later. They didn't used to have EMP torps, or you mean the EMP, the anti-shield ones? Landing hangar. Oh right, because didn't they? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Didn't they add like a first-person one? I thought that was like a whole separate game. I don't remember. That was like way after my time. But nah, like I did the heavy interdictor. Like I said, back at the beginning, I went full on into the Armageddon and literally maxed out every single skill related to it, so that I could fly that battleship at like the maximum efficiency. So, like, I had maxed out every single gunnery skill, every single drone skill, every single of the defensive skills, all of that stuff, the Amar battleship, all of that. Like, really just 100% maxed everything about it. But that's actually one of the things that, annoyed me the most was, yeah, that it had to be nerfed. It really did. But when they just, like, arbitrarily popped in one day and they're like, okay, we're gonna gut half this stuff. Like, the big thing was, and yes, it makes sense, I admit, when they made it so, like, the big guns couldn't hit the little ships worth anything, which made flying a lone battleship really hard to do, effectively killing that entire play mode, that play strategy or whatever. Like, it really killed one of my favorite things in the game was the going behind enemy lines. And I used to do that even before we could fly a battleship. I remember, what was it, the Arbiter? I can't remember. It was like the Arbiter, was like the little Amar cruiser that was like a little tiny drone thing. Okay, so we got half of the thing is from this greenhouse. That's what PDC's for. Oh, yeah, dropping the shields on the hangar to be able to land inside with the Marines. Microsoft Alliance was a different game. Oh, okay. It was a different game. I was like, I don't remember any of this from Eve. I would totally believe there'd be defense cruisers. Yeah, no, it was this little cruiser for the. So it wasn't the Galante one. It was the other. It was the Amar one. It was like an Arbiter that it was like a little drone cruiser that 90% of people dumped on because it was like the it was like the Galante. It was like the Galante cruiser, but not as good. Like, very, just objectively not as good. But, like, you know, I was an Amar pilot, that's what I had access to, because that was early game when if you ran to someone with a battleship, it was like, oh man, that person has a battleship. Holy crap. That person no-lifes this game. That kind of situation. Alright, let's try loading this up again with less fail this time. Because I'm gonna get one more out of here. And I would take down people's battleships in that little arbiter. Because I would just use the energy drain. Is the same exact strategies that people used on the Galante ships later. And it's not that I came up with the strategy or anything, but I was one of the early adopters of it. But yeah, you just get that ship. You'd get on top of your target, you'd start energy draining them, and all you had to do is tank them long enough that they didn't have enough energy to keep fighting you. And usually the conventional strategy at the time for that was you'd dump drones on your target. But all I would do is I would dump my drones and attack their drones, and my little drones, because I had all these skills and everything, I would usually be able to take them out. Because it's usually like attacking scorpions and ravens and that kind of stuff, because that was the loved ships of the time. Not so much the Scorpion, but like the Raven was like the ship people wanted at that period of time. So, just drain them of all... Was it the Raven? I don't remember. Yeah, you would just drain them so they couldn't do anything. They'd dump like their 3 or 4 drones on you. You'd whack their drones in 2 seconds. And then you had a captive audience who couldn't do anything as you slowly just peeled them away. People would get mad. People would get so mad. People would get real mad. And to be fair, when people did it to me, I didn't much like it either. When I would sit there in the Armageddon later on, and I would have someone get on me with the Dominics or whatever and just drain me, and it's just, I would just watch my ship slowly get peeled apart. It's like, this isn't fun. I can't do anything. All I can do is sit here and double click on warping away and hope they just get cocky and let off their warp scrambler or whatever. Which surprisingly happened a lot. But it required people to get cocky and dumb. Because they had no reason to turn it off. And for some reason, people would. They'd be like, okay, they're gonna die. And they turn us like, but why? It's not like you're gonna grab another ship here. Like, maybe you're practicing for fleet engagements, but why? Finish the one you got. Don't get optimistic you're gonna get them all. There were so many times I got away with like 2% haul and that kind of nonsense because people didn't keep, or it could also be they ran out of energy. And you weasel away at the last second. Alright, so we got in our field to harvest. Times 0.5. I don't know what you mean by that. Radco? Alright, so it's soybean time. And then this is the last field we have to harvest in this in-game year. And once we've got this all harvested, we will plow this field. And then it's basically waiting till planting season. Because we did the thing where we got rid of the stones. Oh, let's see, I think they mean the in-game time counter, so they mean a day. Oh, if you mean the in-game time counter? Yeah, so basically one in-game day is 1 month. And like the 5 is like whatever, the speed, like how many hours are in a day or whatever. The intent right now is I'm going to leave it on that until we get to the point that the farm gets so big I can't handle it all in the time frame. And then more than likely I will slow down time. Because that's just what ends up happening. Once you take over like 5 or 6 tiles, even if you're leaning heavily on the AI, you're not going to get it all. Alright, so each pass will be about 11%. So I can get just shy of this whole field in one go. If I can put all of this inside our trailer on the other tractor, I might see if we can't just leave it in that tractor until soybean is at its maximum price. Obviously, if I have to do multiple hauls back, which I shouldn't have to, we'll delay. By the way, did you do straws when harvesting wheat? I did not. I also don't have a baler, because I think you need balers when you do the straws. Or a forager wagon. Keep track of which month it is, the highest selling price of goods. Yep, no, I'm aware. That's what I was going to say, is I don't have a granary, so I don't have a place to store these for long-term sale. But because this is my last harvest for the season, if I don't, like, overfill the trailer, I think I can just leave it in the trailer. And it'll be fine. I've not done that, so I don't know if, like, an open-top trailer, like, the rain will ruin it. I don't think it will. But, that is the thing I could do, is just, like, literally hold on to it till the price goes up and sell it. It's... Or in the trailer plus combine. I mean, that's also true. Because we're not going to need to harvest again until the next season, so it can literally just sit there. Like, real life, you wouldn't do it, because all that crap would rot inside your combine. You'd want to set it up where you could dry it all out, like you do for when you put it into a silo. Like, I don't know all the process for doing that. But if there's any moisture in there, you'd start getting mold and all that. But that's real life versus video games, and video games don't have to obey the rules of real life. Which is good, because a lot of that gets to be no fun. But I'd say so far this has been a very productive stream. We've made, what was it, like $30,000+. We've harvested a bunch of fields. We've got them all plowed so far and all that. Back with some aspirin? Well, I do hope if you've got a headache or whatever, it's going away. Or whatever is bothering you, I hope it helps. Alright. Imagine starving one wheat field with no boundary to the next wheat field that someone else's owns. That's what you'd have to have, like, some indicator. You would start harvesting right along the property line to make sure you're on your side of it versus, like, the back and forth. That'd be the only way. And even then, I can't imagine. You'd have to have some agreement with the neighbor to deal with it. A cold just pain everywhere. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad it'll help. I do hope you feel better soon. I mean, that's already a thing when you're, like, not sure the property line. Not even, like, the harvesting. But, like, just property line discussions you get with neighbors and all that could be a difficult thing. Because people be like, no, the property line ends here. No, it ends there. Like, when you're dealing with, like, installing a fence or whatever. Now, granted, at least nowadays, in most of the U.S., they actually do put markers on the corner of your properties. It's usually just, like, a metal thing they stick in the ground, like, right at the corner, that they tap it into the ground. Now, granted, they get all overgrown, and, like, the dirt gets over them and that kind of stuff, so they can be hard to find, because they, you know, they put it all the way down. That way, you know, you don't go over with a mower and hurt yourself or whatever. But that is one of the things that, like, when you buy a house, a lot of times they'll go out there, they'll figure out where your property markers are, and make sure they're in the right places and all that. And so, like, for us with our property markers in the back, since there's, like, a retention area back there, so it gets underwater, so it's really hard to find those markers when they, like, right after they've been dug up after that point. That actually took pipe, and they actually tapped in a PVC pipe around it, effectively, like, making sure the grass won't grow in where it is. Because you don't worry about anyone seeing it. It's in a retention ditch kind of thing. You know, it's just going to get overgrown back there anyways. Just means when they go back there to, like, check for it later for any needs, they can just go out and find it real fast. But that way, when your neighbor's like, no, this is on my property, it's like, all right, let's go walk back and look at the markers. Goes, Because moving those markers will get you in a lot of trouble. And then when they do, like I said, when they go to sell the house, they might do it more often that I'm not aware of. But they do actually have an instrument to very precisely get its exact position to make sure it's in the right place. So if you did, like, sneaky, pick it up, move it a couple inches, and stick it back down or whatever, for I have no idea what reason you'd really care that much. When they came back, they'd take the instrument and be like, this is in the right spot, and they'd move it back a couple of inches. But it's just a big spike driven in the ground. And then they can verify their instrument by measuring the distance between the markers and all that kind of nonsense. Because if any of that doesn't line up, it tells them that one of their instruments isn't calibrated correctly, or like someone's done mathematical error, yada yada yada. Yep, it's neat. It's something I didn't even know about till me and Tomb went to buy this house, and you know they were doing the inspection. And it wasn't, I don't even think we had actually purchased it yet. I believe we were having the inspection before we purchased it. You know, it's a common practice to like have someone do a walk around, check, you know, make sure the foundation's fine, make sure they're not trying to hide some like major repair, that everything's on the up and up. Or not even hide, that they're unaware that there's some major repair, so everyone knows what's up when it comes to buying. Because that way if you find like an actual problem you need to fix, like the trusses aren't good, so the roof needs to be replaced, that you may still want to buy the house, but you're like, hey, I've got, you know, $17,000 of damage here. So that we're going to take that off the price, because when I buy the house, I'm going to have to fix that. Which we didn't have anything major for ours. There was one crack in the ground in the garage, but it wasn't significant enough to warrant a problem. And then we had to repair a little bit of water damage by one of the windows, where it seemed like either at one point in time it hadn't been sealed properly, like whatever, or got left open, but it wasn't significant. It was just little surface damage on the flooring. We ended up finding way more things later on, but nothing serious, just lots of little annoying things. The worst one being is a bunch of our outlets and lights weren't wired correctly. The people who flipped the house redid the electrical, and they did a terrible job of it. So I went in and I fixed that myself, because I've done that work. That was I opened up an electrical socket, I saw it's in there, it's like, okay, we're opening up every socket in this house after I saw this. This scares me. This is a fire hazard, we're fixing everything. I'm willing to ignore a lot of house problems. Bad electrical is not one of them. So Em says, lucky we could hear the electrical panel sizzling. Oh, geez. Where you have, like, it actually arcing type short. Yeah, that's no good. That's literally anything flammable getting near that, and you've got your spark. You're just missing the kindling. Or you got your ignition source. You just need the thing for it to burn. Apparently when they redid the electrical, they used industrial grade stuff for a house. Yeah, no, there's a reason you have your breakers at certain amounts. There's a reason why every breaker in your house isn't like a 2,000 amp breaker or some nonsense. Or 2,000. Well, I mean, no, 2,000 would be realistic if you're talking like manufacturing kind of stuff. There's a reason why they're like 20 amp and 80 amp breakers. Because there's no reason in a bedroom that you're going to be drawing multiple hundred amps. And the only way that happens is if something is very, very, very wrong. There's a reason why you set up your breakers to be roughly what the maximum usage that you could reasonably justify for location is. That way, if you go over it, it goes, oh, something's wrong, and it kills power to the room. Is every house owner in the U.S. so adept at fixing electrical? You're the third person to tell me. You don't own a house, but neither do my parents. No, definitely not. It's still kind of a mindset, in a lot of places about you should be able to do any repair in your own home, like just like the basic stuffs. Or rather, you should be able to handle everything yourself and then choose to pay someone. I would say that mindset's been going away for a while, mostly because it's not practical. As things get more and more complicated and more efficient, the number of people who can reasonably work with them gets fewer and fewer. Like, it used to be everyone wanted to be, like, every parent wanted your kids to be able to handle repairing their own car. And once upon a time, that, like, was still ambitious, but to a certain degree reasonable. But as, like, cars have gotten more and more complicated, more and more efficient, you know, automatic transmissions and, you know, having more and more safety features and yada, 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 it really just becomes unrealistic. But I would say that's definitely been going away. Not being at least somewhat self-sufficient. But for me, it's my degree is a hybrid between computer science, network signaling, and electrical engineer. So I am not technically an engineer. I cannot call myself an engineer, as I haven't done like the general engineering stuff. I had most of the electrical engineering stuff. So in that one specific discipline, I'm fairly knowledgeable. But the broader engineering, no. I haven't done like thermodynamics or that kind of stuff. Apparently 3 plugs had a ground and a neutral flipped. Eek. But I'm also, like, especially when I was younger, I was extremely stubborn and independent. So I would try to learn to do absolutely everything because I was stubborn and independent. Like, I wanted to be able to do everything myself. It took me a while to get to a place where it's like, no, that isn't a reasonable thing. Plus, I've had multiple times where I've had bad electrical problems. So if you argue about people being able to fix it, I've had lots of times where people did fix stuff, and I had to fix it because they did it wrong in a dangerous way. I had an apartment I stayed at one time that they're like, okay, your apartment just has a light. You are allowed to install a ceiling fan there if you want, but it's on you to, like, get it done kind of thing. Like, your apartment comes with this. If you want a ceiling fan, you are allowed to install it. Like that, the whole thing. I was like, cool. You know, well, I'm going to go ahead and put a ceiling fan in here because Florida's heckin' hot, and at least that gives me some wind flow. So yeah, let's do that. So I got myself like a really, really cheap fan and went in there, you know, pulled down the light and, you know, took everything apart, turned off the circuit breaker that was labeled ceiling fan. Or sorry, no, it wasn't ceiling fan. It was like labeled basically like living room light or whatever. And I'm like, cool. We're good. You know, I got the circuit breaker turned off. You know, this is the lesson of learn to not trust your labeling is what this lesson is. So I'm like, cool. We've turned off the light in the living room. There's literally only one, so that's very clearly I've turned that off. So my breaker's off, so there should be no electricity. And I pulled all the wiring like apart to, you know, you get the light out of the way, then you'd sit there and you'd get the wiring set up. You put the base of the fan on. They have the thing where you like hook the other part in while you attach all the wires to where the motor is, and then, you know, flip it up and screw it all in. And I was just getting this like really uncomfortable feeling that I really couldn't explain. And I'm like, something doesn't feel right. And, you know, the proper way would have I should have taken a voltmeter and done all that. But I had a screwdriver that's like one of these screwdrivers like this big, and I just kind of, you know, went, touched one wire, touched it to the other wire. You hear the bam and the breaker pop. And so I actually have a screwdriver that has like a big burn out of the side of it, where I shorted it out and I blew the breaker. And the worst thing is, it wasn't even the correct wires. Like if you connect like a live to a ground or whatever, that should be it and all that. And I didn't connect wires that should have had a short. Because what had happened is someone before had installed a fan previously and didn't bother color matching their wires when they cut them too short. And for the record, I didn't get hurt. I was holding on to the handle. But it was like I was just having this like really big uncomfortable feeling. Like, and I couldn't tell you why. Maybe it was like because there was a live wire that, you know, you didn't feel the electricity in the air that you registered in your brain, but it was just kind of like giving you a sensory thing, because you can detect electricity pretty easily. You just won't realize your body is sensitive. You don't want to depend on it. Like, just double check that like the power's actually off when you turn the breaker, go to light switch and flick it a couple times, that kind of stuff. If I knew where that screwdriver is, I still have it. I would show you the big burnout. Like, you know what? Give me 2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna do this. I'll be right back. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. I'm about to go. Oh, everything has stopped moving. What have we done? It's going to be an emerald eruption. Look at them continuing to expand frame by frame. They're continuing to launch into space. Oh god, what is this? Why? I have a frame. I have individual frame. No, it's not the one. I had 2 screwdrivers up here for something I was repairing the other day, and I'm like, oh, I bet you it's one of the ones up there. But sadly, no, neither of these are the ones with the burns. These are some old screwdrivers. That is a really, really old Craftsman screwdriver. A really old Craftsman screwdriver. A really, really old one. Like, the plastic is turning yellow. But yeah. No, it's, I could have, like, I just remembered I had done some work with, like, a big screwdriver there, so I thought I had it. Because I still have that screwdriver. It still works. It just has a big burn out of the side. You don't use the side, so who cares? So let me go ahead and put this away and catch up with chat for just a moment. As an owner, you should be able to replace light switches, outlets without wiring issues. But doing rewiring and major installation should be done by a professional. You'd also... So, I don't... Yeah, FG's the person. Oh, circuit board regulating. Yeah, our house is mostly fine except the living room lights and the kitchen circuit board for some reason. I have never once in my entire life ever seen a properly labeled circuit breaker where everything is right. They'll have lots of them where it's like 90-ish% right, but I've never actually seen one that was completely right. And that was the lesson that I got in that apartment, was that don't trust them. Because I only thought it was my parents' house where it was wrong, or like the occasional, like, you know, people who had done a bunch of work after that, not some random apartment where, you know, it's a commercial property. Like, they are renting out property to me. I expect them to have that right. They did not, which I absolutely cussed someone out over that. Because I was really angry I almost got electrocuted because of it. Now, granted, again... in reality, I should have double-checked. That's something you learn later on. This is all before I did any real electrical stuff that I just knew I was doing. Now, I don't necessarily agree that as a homeowner, you need to be able to replace your own... Like, the light switch, like the panel on it, sure. But like the actual electrical thing, I don't necessarily agree that every individual should be capable of replacing their own light switch. Like, light bulbs, obviously. But like light switch... you know, those kind of things, not without issues. It's totally cool, and it's awesome if people do, and it's something you should, like, it is something to strive to know, like, it's a good thing to know, but I do know a lot of people can be very dismissive. It's like, oh, you don't know how to do this? Ugh. It's kind of like the thing, like, being able to, like, do your own oil changes. There's all the things like, oh, everyone needs to be able to do their own oil changes. Like, no, I don't necessarily agree. You could definitely save money by doing your own oil changes and whatnot. I don't do my own oil changes anymore because everything has gotten more involved and complicated. It takes a bunch of time. But yeah. You went through, you came back, started swearing, replacing breakers, and then you started being able to trip a breaker by plugging it and stuff. Had a sacrificial power brick to test it. Oh yeah, no, that sounds terrible. By he, I mean electrical engineer uncle apparently only thought... I typed that in. Yeah, no, that happens. So I have no idea what the rules are with this kind of thing. Like, if I could just keep this here and it'll be fine. I'm not going to sell it right now. What I'm going to try to do is just toss it inside this building. It shouldn't matter. Most of the time, a Night Dweller, but a lot of the newer cars will have computers in them. They'll have indicators for it that you have to reset through some like really elaborate pattern of combination of like holding the key in like this position for 2 seconds or holding radio button number 5, and it'll all be like computer stuff on that end. So like the actual taking the oil out of the car, yeah, usually just put something underneath, you take a little bolt out of the bottom, it drains, you let it sit there for 30 minutes, however long it takes to get it out. You put the plug back, there's an oil filter. Some cars, the anti-fix yourself crap, yes. I wouldn't say it is necessarily, like, there is that. Like, that is a thing. It's more for, like, resetting the indicator lights, because cars just can't get behind the idea of having a button to reset a light or a jumper or something really simple. That they have to be like, no, everything has to go through, like, your radio. So you have to have these, like, weird combinations of buttons to, like, do everything. And Night Dweller doing a 3-stream streak. Congratulations, into 350 extra points. Versus the actual anti stuff, like Oldsmobile, for example, you have what's called a tie rod that has to deal with like the way your wheels turn and all that. And most of them are standardized to do two different sizes. You have the thing that looks like a little fork that you just put on, and you like tap it in place, and it pulls it apart, so you can get the tie rod detached. And Oldsmobile's like, no, we're gonna have a different diameter than literally everyone else. No one sells the tool for this but us, so you have to go through us. And it was wider, so you couldn't like the tie rod was thicker around, so you had to get a special separator just to do it. Yeah, that crap used to happen all the time. Or it was oh man, what was the one on my convertible when I used to have one? It was something like I need a 17.5mm bolt that was like there's 2 of them in the car, one for one side, one for the other. It was this like bizarre thing that didn't match standard sizes, it didn't match metric sizes. So you had to get like this special 17.5mm bolt or socket to do it. Which all I did was I just took a 12-point, welded some material on it while it was soft, mashed it over the bolt head, because I'm like, I'm gonna do this once ever, so I don't need this to be nice. Like, I'm literally gonna take this off, you know, it's going to operate like it's a 6-point head. I'm not going to, you know, screw up it. It's just going to be a socket that's only good for a couple of goes. And then this welded material is going to get ruined because it's a soft metal. Or you get one of those sockets that, like, they're really kind of like the, they have all the little beads so you can kind of, you know, grab any bolt. But, you know, they're terrible and they wear out real easy. But that's kind of the perfect situation where it's like, this is something I'm going to do one time. I'm not buying some... Or no, it wasn't 17, it was like 27 millimeters, something ridiculous. The bolt head was like that big around, like that big. It was for something that didn't need it. It's just some silly little thing they did, so you had to take it into the dealership because no one was gonna have that. You're gonna have to like special order that socket or whatever. Simplex says freeing the bottom of the oil tank is super involved in your car. It takes a workshop an hour, no hold procedure. I wouldn't want to do that by myself. And reattach something wrong. Yeah. That was, oh man. That was my first car, which was a really old Honda. That, oh, what was it? Wasn't the fuel pump. It wasn't the start. It was what should be a very minor repair. That you had to open the engine block to get it. It was something like, it's normally on most cars. I can't remember. It wasn't the starter. I cannot remember for the life of me what it was. But it was one of these things that most cars, you take out your two bolts, you detach your wire, you pop it out, you put the new one in, you're done. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. But this car, you had to open the engine block, which is where you have all like the little pistons doing their kind of nonsense and all that, because you would bolt it in, you'd have the wire, but the engine block itself had like a groove in it that would go over the sides of the thing. Was it the starter? I don't remember. And I was so mad when I saw it was like that. I'm like, every car I know, this is like, the worst you could have is maybe a gasket. That you'd have to replace the gasket too. Like, it's always such a trivial repair. Like, you could sit down and the time it takes someone to eat, like, if you were doing the repair like at a shop, by the time the person managed to like fill out their paperwork, you could already have it done. It was that kind of repair normally for most cars. Like, finding the part would take you longer than putting it in. And just that one car, it's like, why is this going to have to be this multiple hour thing? Because I'm going to take the block apart. I'm going to have to replace the gasket for the block. I got to make sure everything is perfect because I'm messing around. Like, all my valves are now exposed and all that. And it's just like, why? Why would you make, like, I understand, so you have to take it into the shop, but even to the shop, why would you do this to your own mechanics? Working on that car was rough. I don't miss working on that car. Because it was definitely not made for a person who has very big hands. So I would always end up all cut up and bruised because I'd have to try and force my arm into these contorted positions it was never meant to go into. Because it was designed for a person with much smaller hands than me. And of course it was an old car, so half the bolts would be frozen. So I'd have to come up with all sorts of interesting ways of going, how can I get more leverage on this bolt that, you know, hasn't been moved since the car was first manufactured over 100-something thousand miles ago. I bent a breaker bar on that car, which, that tells you something. For those who don't know what a breaker bar is, you've got your ratchet where you go and take a socket, goes, you know, like that, which, it, you know, ratchet has a little spring, the spring breaks pretty easy. So when you got, like, the real stubborn stuff, you get a hardened steel bar called a breaker bar. And it is, you will usually crack sockets and all that, or strip the head off a bolt long before anything like that happens. But I had a bolt that didn't want to go. I got a length of metal pipe that I put over the handle of the breaker bar, because it's like, this has to go. Like, if I strip the socket head off, or strip the bolt head off, that's fine. I got it. You know, I'll drill the bolt head out, or I'll drill the bolt out. I don't want to, but I'll do it. Because it has to go. The rest of this can't happen until we get this solved. And I turned and just, breaker bar just warped on the end. I'm like, I mean, I was sitting there heaving with like all my weight down on the stupid thing. But I bent this like, my God. You know, well-made bolt, I guess. And so you knew that Air Force had a height limit. I didn't expect mechanics to have a hand size limit. It was a car manufactured in Japan. And it's just generally one of those things that at the time they were manufactured. And in a very, very broad generalization, I have very big hands. But generally speaking, demographically, they would have relatively smaller hands. I don't know if that's still true or how much for quantifying it, but it is, to my understanding, a thing. Not that it means either is better or worse or anything like that. It's just, you know, some people have bigger hands. I have big hands. Like, to be fair, I have big hands. They're not the biggest person I know, but they're up there. That said, they're not like, you know, Ripley's Believe It or Not hands or anything, but I have big hands. You know what they say about people with big hands? That I can hold a basketball easier than other people. That's where you're going with that, right? Or that I am a little bit better set to be able to carry more stuff. They can carry more fruit without a bag. Yeah, no, exactly. That's where we're going with that, definitely. That's absolutely where that was going. No question about it. That actually is a thing. When you see people hold the basketball one hand size is important for that. They have big feet. Hey, you don't need to pick on my feet. Oh man, a really mean joke I pulled on... I'm not going to say the relationship to me, because just in case. I pulled a really mean joke on a family member. Because people know that I have fairly big hands. And I don't know why I did this. I'll say it was definitely of legal age drinking. Definitely just that kind of thing. But that people know I have fairly big hands, and someone else had started it, to be clear, that they had mentioned that this other individual had unusually large hands, like freakishly large hands, which was completely nonsense. They had like perfectly normal size hands, and they had a few. And so I was like, oh no, you didn't realize? Like, your hands are huge. Like, I have big hands, like, but yours are way bigger than mine. And what happened was the person had a few. And so I was like, no, like, we'll put our hands together and I'll show you. Your hand is way bigger than mine. It's nothing to be ashamed of, but it's a big hand. And I was doing this kind of thing where I was ever so slightly like cupping my fingers so that my hand looked like it was a full, you know, quarter of an inch or like centimeter shorter than theirs. And then, you know, like, then I went around and like did my hand honestly with everyone else. So I was like, yeah, no, like, look, like, I'll just walk over, like, look, their hand is smaller. But like, you know, with them, I was like total BSing it because I curved my fingers. I felt so bad because I actually got like super self-conscious about it. It was like, no, man, we're joking. Your hands are fine. Here, like, look, my hand's bigger than yours. It's fine. You're okay. But it was definitely in the moment just being dumb, and it was like a really mean thing to do. Cause they legit got like super upset about it. I was like, oh man, like, I didn't know. Like, no, it's fine. It's like, your hands are like perfectly normal. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if you're like right in the average range. I didn't normally do a lot of that stuff. That was one that was just like a really weird one-off. I did used to do the thing when you were around someone who was drinking. I had a buddy who very genuinely would try and have meaningful conversations while they had entirely too much to drink. And they would have something that would catch their interest. They would hyper-focus on it. They probably had ADHD as well. But they'd be like, no, I want to know what the difference between a turbocharger and a supercharger is. And you'd have someone who's actually explaining it. But their attention span was like in the negatives when they had been drinking. And I would torment the poor person they would start talking and I would just deliberately distract them again and again. Because they weren't going to remember any of the details anyways. But it was in good fun. Like, when they started to get annoyed, I would stop. And it was only when they had been drinking thing, which wasn't often. That I am 100% guilty of doing deliberately. I didn't drink very often, to be clear. Like, these instances were like once a year at those times, and that was like when I was at my worst. And I was never one to get blasted. I was never one who was a fan of getting like proper drunk. Like, I can only think of like 2 or 3 times in my entire life I did that. And I wouldn't say there's only one of them was like a positive experience, but it wasn't because of that. It was because everything around it was a positive experience. You don't drink to it? No, I actually mentioned, generally speaking, in an entire month, I'll have maybe 2 or 3 drinks. Normally. There are definitely exceptions to that. Like, there is an event, there's a place nearby that does food and wine. Obviously on that, I still won't drink to the point of even buzzed or whatever, but I'll have like 3-4 drinks. You know, throughout the entire event, which takes a number of hours. But otherwise, generally, it's like only 2 or 3 a month. It's like I don't have any problems with drinking. It's just, it's expensive. Yeah, it's exactly like that. Like I'll like this is going like average. Like I'll go a month or 2 without having it, and then I'll have like a week or 2 that I have a couple days that'll have like some hard ciders or whatever, and then I won't drink anything for a while, and then maybe I'll have a beer or whatever, or like an event will happen that there's drinking at the event that'll have a couple. Like during TwitchCon, I probably hadn't had like an alcoholic beverage for months, and I probably had a pretty decent number over the course of the entire TwitchCon. Because like we got one of those ridiculous daiquiris in Vegas, not the big one, because my God, those things get completely unreasonable. We had a fairly large daiquiri because it was something interesting. And then you see those like, oh, those come in, it's like, was it like 128 ounces or something like that? No, it was more than that. It was like 256 ounces. It was this thing that was like a yard tall, or like a meter tall. You're like, what? Like, it's fine if you drink that. What are the logistics of dealing with that thing? I'm generally just trying to figure out the physics here of how you lug that thing around. Alright, so we're not going to be planting the wheat or the barley because I want to plant the soybeans because it's more money. What month is the soybeans at its peak? The soybeans are at their peak in June. End of June, beginning July. It's a table share, basically a cake. Yeah, it has to be, because I'm pretty sure you're pushing alcohol poisoning levels of alcohol if you drink that thing by yourself. Unless you're talking, a long time frame. And also, wouldn't that thing be, mostly melted, which I guess maybe doesn't care? It's still a fruity, sweet beverage, I guess? I don't know. Alright, so let's check our calendar. So the dates we care about. For the tomatoes, for these, we sell February. Cool, because this is at the end of the day as the line, so that's the beginning of the day. So February, that's when we sell the strawberries and tomatoes and all that stuff. The lettuce being the most urgent to sell it right away, which we just pull it all. It's fine. So we sell February. We plant the soybeans. We plant the soybeans in April. And we would sell the soybeans in June. So the next one that comes up is selling our stuff from the greenhouses in February. So it is time for us to sleep a chunk of our lives away. Because I don't have a whole lot else to do. Our fields just need to be seeded. We can't seed them till, April that I can plant the soybeans? Let's check to see how these are doing. You're both doing great. November goes by. Are you sure they won't get clogged with product? Yeah, no, the big so the mod, the map mod, its greenhouses, they fill up almost daily, they'll max out. If you leave them alone. The actual vanilla greenhouses, they can go almost a full year before they actually fill up. So you see here, I'm at 4,000 liters here, and this is how much storage it has. It's like 10 or 20,000 or something like that. So yeah. Yeah, so we did the fields and the harvest for the moment. So the next thing is we will get our greenhouses, and we'll empty those out. Once our greenhouses are emptied out and all dealt with, then we have a month or 2 till we plant our next... We plant all our soybeans. So we'll have that to do. Yeah, so I am checking each month, mostly on the water side of it. Alright. And now it's time to go sell. Now this is the difference between if I was playing this without the seasons kind of thing, where when I say seasons, where you have to plant at certain periods, then I could just go and immediately plant the soybeans. If I wasn't doing a challenge, I could be convinced to do that. I feel like that reaches a point of kind of too far outside the rules with the challenge. Alright, so now it is sell time. So if we also check on here, you notice these aren't full yet. The tomatoes are a little under halfway. I want you to add precision farming. I don't remember what precision farming's rules were. I remember that's like dealing with all the minutia. I don't think I want to do that. Like, I don't think I have the interest in that. That feels like that's getting into the area of, like, with survival games where you have to, like, calorie count. Well, not calorie count's fine. But, like, you have to, like, balance your protein and your vitamin C, like, those kind of survival games. And I genuinely have no interest in that. Alright, so it is time to make money. I believe this should net us somewhere in the area of 20 to 30,000, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, that's how that works. Don't worry about it. That's right, I managed to slingshot it back onto its wheels. That's what the wide tires are for. The wide tires and all these things are just for when you take those corners going a little too ambitious. Yeah, so we sell this today, and then the next thing on our order of business is in April, we plant all our plants. All of our fields are going to be soy. It adds a map layer with 3-4 soil types, its own pH level requirements, and each crop has its own fertilizer. Right. So you have to deal with the acidity of your soil, and then like some crops want higher potassium, some crops want higher, was it nitrogen was the other one? I've had to do all this. I actually, so I don't know about farming, but I have done a lot of gardening. So I've grown tomatoes a lot, a whole, only nitrogen, thankfully. I was gonna say, because there's 3 of them. There's potassium, nitrogen, and I don't remember what the last one was. Wait, was it potassium or was it phosphorus? I don't remember. But there's basically 3 of them. And I remember nitrogen was one of the ones I had to worry about, and then the pH I had to worry about. Oh, was it potassium, phosphorus, and nitrogen? Was it the 3? Because I remember there's 3 you had to worry about, you know, with you know, actual fertilizer and gardening and whatnot. Yeah, no, I don't remember. It's been too long since I had to care about it. And then you had to deal with acidity, which it's interesting because in the game you have to put down lime every so often, and that's what you use lime for. I remember there was it citric acid they used for one direction and lime they used for the other direction to make it more acidic or more basic, or to raise and lower the acidity, to adjust the pH. I'm not 100% on the citric acid. There's some type of acid you could add if you had to go the other direction, but in my experience, I never had to go more acidic. It was always the other direction, that the crops would the gardening would naturally push it more towards the acidic, and I'd have to use the lime to try to adjust it down. Like, I had the other stuff because I bought stuff for every situation I could need, and I just kept in, like, the bag forever. No, I take that back. I did use it once. There was one plant I went to plant that was different, that just needed fairly acidic soil compared to what I normally had. I can't remember what it was. I vaguely remember it wasn't even successful, that particular plant. Alright. Let's try and see if I can get up to where it'll grab 6. Because it'll take us a number of it putting down those. Yeah, it's going to take a while for me to have to do this, because I believe each one of those, I think, is 500 liters. And it'll just teleport them out after a couple of seconds to restock that area. So I just keep going. I think it's going to end up being, if I remember correctly, it's like 3 or 4 full of these. That'll be, I believe it was the one that we already had set aside, one for each of them, and then there'll be some overload, like some extra little bit. Yeah, you still have at least 4 more crates. Wait, is it 4 more crates or is it 5? I think it's actually 4. Come on, strawberries, get out. Thank you. Okay. Alright, so I'm gonna be like 1 or 2 crates less than I was last season, which is fine. That's just timing of day or whatever. Yeah, Yeah, so I'll have that one spare. So yeah, we'll have 3 full ones and one that's like 2 or 3 on here. So yeah, we'll probably land 18-20,000 somewhere in that ballpark for the full harvest. So that's interesting. TikTok's doing that thing where it's like you need to do the check thing. Well, that's interesting. I guess we're going offline on TikTok. It's supposed to have a CAPTCHA for me, but it didn't load the CAPTCHA. It just has the countdown. It's like, you need to solve the CAPTCHA for this, and it's just got a countdown and nothing else. That's fine. I guess we'll just be done with TikTok for the day. Is there soybean flour? I have no idea. Like, to give you an idea what I see, I'm going to pop this over on the screen for 2 seconds. This is what I see for the TikTok thing going down. What am I supposed to do here? I tried dropping a message in chat, but it's fine. Whatever. So I'm just going to go ahead and say, I can't even choose to end stream. Like, literally, it's covering end stream. Good job. It's not a page. It's an application. It's software. There's no clicking to other tabs. It's captured the whole window of the software. It's fine. I don't care. It's just gonna cut that off a little early. It's whatever. That's a new one, because normally what happens is there's a little window down there, and it'll be like, complete the thing. It'll be a picture of a bicycle or whatever, and you just grab a bar and you drag it till, like, you move the puzzle piece in the right place, or it'll have, like, the little wheels that you, like, grab the one to rotate in the right place so you match the image or whatever. It's really a stupid and easy defeat type of CAPTCHA. I'm just annoyed, like, it's like the thing they're trying to prevent. So the problem they're trying to prevent is that I don't hit live and I just walk away. And that, you know, I don't know, I guess they're worried about me using their resources, which I guess fair. But it's like, you've been idle. It's like, I'm streaming. You can, like, look and see the audio's moving or something. I don't know. What, do you expect me to type in chat while I'm streaming? Like, what is the expectation here? I like they can't even stop it. I'd hit end stream there, but I can't because there's this big stupid timer that's captured the window. Tiki-taki, please. Yeah. And, just in case in the time, just going a little hint there. I'm not sure, like, you probably got an eye on it, but just in case. Like, you can obviously stay as late as you like, but I know I distracted last time. Alright, so we'll probably be, what, 70, 75? Well, no, probably more than 75. Like, yeah, well, maybe say like 75, 76,000. So that'll be good, because if we get the soybeans up, the soybeans should give us enough for the granary. Well, no, actually, because I'm going to have to do the fertilizer and everything. So it won't be the soybeans. Probably the next round of this will get us our granary. Because the soybeans would get us over, but I am going to have to pay for maintenance and fertilizer. The seeds won't matter one way or the other. Oh, here, I can just go for the last 3 for that one. They'll top us off. You can take a sweet time making the next ones appear if there are more. What I am going to do is, I see a timer that I have to worry about, then I'm going to hit a button to make it go away for a little while. And not worry about it. So we're going to line up and do this. And I'm going to say, no ad. I can't make him go away, but I can kick it down the road 5 minutes. Because twice this past week, I've been like, come on, come on, no, no. All right. Well, that might be a minor delay for us. You're gonna press distant button and disappear. Yep. I appreciate you hanging out. You have a good stream, everyone. And again, you should be following FG. If you aren't, I don't understand. Could you explain? Because I just don't get it. Now, if this doesn't work, I have another way to deal with this. Ooh, that did not budge it at all. I mean, I should detach the trailer. Can I budge the trailer? For the record, you can't damage your goods as far as I'm aware. Nope. So this truck, bumpkiss. So you want to see a magic trick? There is nothing more powerful than a dead tree. If I can. What have I done? Okay. Normally I could just move stuff anywhere with this thing. Let's detach it. Get the tractor up on its wheels. Maybe I need a bigger log? Because the physics gets wild when you're looking at big trees. Is there a big tree? I don't want to deal with that. It's okay. That's just a bunch of money going away, because as the day goes on, this becomes less and less valuable. So what I need to do is here, let's get the harvester. It won't go fast, but it should have more torque. Can you reset them? Probably. Unload, straighten the tractor, and load it again? Well, I wasn't even going to worry about loading it. I just need to get the tractor on its wheels again. And honestly, probably if I just do that, I can probably just attach it. It'll probably yank the trailer back into position. Oh, you know what? Actually, give me that. That'll push on the top of it. That'll probably work. Because the push on the top of it, the physics in this game gets a little weird. Yeah, so I took the corner a little too sharp. As you do. You can reset them, but I mean, why do that when you can fight with physics? Because this thing has way more horsepower and mass than the truck does. And also because I have the head on here is like way by the top, I'm pushing on the top edge of it. Yeah, no, the physics in this are not realistic. There's weirdness that happens. That's the reason it's like, wait a second, the harvester. The harvester is huge. So what it's trying to do with the Yeah, I know, Radco, I know how to play. You don't need to tell me that I can basically pull the tractor up to hook up a trailer. That is something I literally just did a minute ago. And we're good. First time, everything, like, we just had a nice smooth ride here with no notable events. Everything clearly worked out perfectly. with nothing remotely noteworthy or interesting occurring on our journey. But yeah, for those who don't know, what I can actually do is you can reset vehicles and all that, which basically I can't remember exactly where you do it because they never, yeah, no side quest at all. I can't remember exactly where you do it, but there's a place in the UI you can be like, hey, I got my vehicle stuck. You hit a button, and I think it puts it back here or whatever. I can't remember exactly how it works, but it basically will write the vehicle, put it back into like a default state, that kind of thing. Like it'll still be damaged and low on gas or whatever, but it'll write it. Because there are places like if you, for example, if I wedge that blue tractor, you see where that ladder is? I don't think you can actually drive back there, but if I could potentially wedge that in there in a way that you actually wouldn't be able to get it out. Because you wouldn't be able to get like a claw to grab it or whatever. The hitch wouldn't be available. And like it wouldn't be able to drive and do anything. So you could get a vehicle that, you know, is $500,000 wedged into some corner where you can't move it. And, you know, that one, it's unrealistic. But also, two, you know, that just sucks. So you can reset it. So cheating, basically? No, it's just a thing. Like, there's fail-safe games they'll put in that... Because it could also be something that, like, say the vehicle clips and falls through the world kind of thing, and it gets somewhere on the map it's not supposed to be able to get to. Like, that's not your fault as the player. But it's a thing that if they didn't give you a way to fix it, you know, you've now lost something really important. Alright. Can I do this again? Okay. Alright, so it's the last time it's going to let me kick these ads down down the road. Like it blacked out the button for me. That's fine. Because it's trying to do an ad break, and we're getting close to the end of stream, and I don't want to. So I'm trying to force it. It's like technically, yeah, at this, no, actually in 18 seconds, the stream will no longer have pre-rolls turned off. So if someone new joined, they get hit with an ad just for joining, which is the reason why people run ads is to get rid of that. And that's because I wouldn't have run an ad in a full hour. But since I am going to be wrapping up soon, I'm trying to just kick it down the road so that way because like I've had twice now that I'll be wrapping up stream. Are you kidding me? So TikTok did the whole countdown. It was like, we're gonna kick you off if you don't do the thing. The countdown hit 0 and I'm still live. I don't understand. I don't understand. It threatened me and then didn't even keep true to its threat. Come on. Alright, so yeah, it looks like I'm probably going to make just under 20,000 for the sale we made today. Because we started the day at like 52 or something thousand. But yeah, still, this has been a pretty good stream so far as the amount of money we've made. We have made somewhere in the area of like 38,000, I think? 40,000? No, more than that. Like, yeah, well, actually, like 39,000. In profit. And I still have the better part of a container of soybeans just sitting in there waiting to be sold when its price is up. So that should be good, because that's probably another 5,000-6,000 because I'm going to sell it at the high price that we've got there. It's just waiting for sell time. So that does mean, assuming that that trend continues, next stream that we do of this, I should be able to buy the granary. And once I have the granary, then all of the crops that come out of my fields are going to be worth a heck of a lot more. And we'll also get profit more gradually throughout the year versus, you know, I get one lump sum in this month, one lump sum in that month. And the other added bonus of that one is I won't need to run around and do all the stuff with, like, trying to time the selling a lot of these other things, like the soybeans, canola, all that, there won't be a reason for me to time selling that. I'm just going to shove it all into the granary and be done with it. If you sell the soy with the trailer, you can get the mill. I'm sorry. If you sell the soy with the trailer, can you get the mill and plant and fertilizer and so on? Not so, probably. It'll be a little bit tight. Yeah, so that was all of that. We're gonna need to top off the water with these. Like, if I'm a little bit short, we still have trees on the property I haven't cut down. Like, if I'm right on the fence of being able to get the thing I want, I will, I'll pay the extra to, you know, top it off kind of thing. Because I still got a bunch of trees over there in that stack at the far distance I can cut down still. Probably like 6, 7, 8 of them, so that's a number of thousands of dollars there. So that's one place I could recoup money. I just want to fill these up because I'll forget. But they're one tank each, so it'll be like 600 or whatever each. I don't think you need the grain trailer once you get the mill. So you can throw the trailer in the sale. Oh, no, the trailer I'm going to want to keep. And the reason I'm going to want to keep it is trying to get that harvester in place can be a huge pain in the butt. So I'd probably keep the trailer. Because in addition to that, if we actually check the... Let me wait till we get to the other greenhouse to start filling it, because then we're just waiting for it to fill anyways. And I'll show you, because of how many years we've had the trailer, it's not going to be worth crap if I try and sell it. They depreciate for the longer you own them. I'd be surprised if we get more than like 10,000 out of it. That's the reason I'm not selling the plow, because the plow started at 1,500, and by now it's like worth 200 bucks. Like at 200 bucks, I'm only going to sell it if it's physically in the way. But yeah, so if we go to our selling stuff, is there anything here I actually care about? Because I can get lucky with some of these things. Oh, you got rid of the water tower? Yeah, because it was cheating. Like it was free infinite water. So yeah, if we go to the stuff we own, and I go to that trailer, I mean it's worth 1,100 or 11,000. How long have I owned that? I probably haven't owned it as long as I'm thinking I have. But we compare that to what it would have cost us new. This is without the extension and everything. No, actually, okay, so it's not as bad as I thought. I'm gonna get like 2/3 the money back. I don't think I've owned it as long as I thought. There's somewhere you have a list of all your stuff and how long you've owned it. It's fine. Let's see, that would bring you to 80 to 90k just with the trailer. Right. But then, am I going to use the harvester and drive it over there? I don't remember where the plate is, because I know one of those granaries, you have to, like, really finagle to get the harvester into place. I don't want to necessarily go that low, because if I sell the trailer, then how, like, that's when I go, well, how do I afford my seeds? How do I afford that to plant the next crop? And yes, when I sell the soybeans we've got here, I'm going to get some money in. I don't want to run it that close. That's kind of thing. Also, it's past 4. Do you plan on getting through this day and then ending stream? Yeah, that is the plan. We've kicked the ads down the road. Man, I'm going to run out of time soon. What I'm trying to do, then you can buy, well, I mean, yes, but then I'm taking a loss. I'll just wait it out. I won't try and cash in $10,000 to then have to pay $17,000 to get what I already had. I'll just do the extra harvest. Because if I mess up those numbers or we've not calculated anything and suddenly I'm short, I'm selling more stuff, and then it becomes kind of a compiling problem. A compounding problem, not a compiling problem. Because it would be very easy for us to get one thing, like, we might end up having to spend $2,000 to put down the granary because the land isn't level, for example. And if I don't count for that, we've just screwed ourselves. Alright, so meanwhile, I'm going to go click this button real fast. And what's going to happen now is we're going to go find someone to raid. I'm going to do my outro relatively fast because, actually, it's letting me snooze one more time. But we're still going to do our outro relatively fast because otherwise you're all going to get hit with an ad break, and I'd like to spare you that ad break. You could, to start, then buy an outro. Yeah, I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to sell stuff just to rebuy it. If I'm going to keep something, I'm not going to buy and sell it just to get one thing a little earlier. I'll wait for it. It's fine. With that said, what I'm going to end up doing real fast is I'm going to remember to save my game, and we're going to go find someone to raid. So thank you again so much for everyone who's been tuning in. Make sure you follow the channel if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following. I am going to be going to my ending stream screen and finding someone for us to raid. I don't know who we're going to have in mind for tonight, because I do know there's going to be a decent number of people who make great content. And also for those of you on YouTube, make sure you like and subscribe and all that. And I'll catch you later, YouTube. Alright, so let's see here on who we've got that we can drop.